Chapter 2731. After leaving the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. He planned to ask about the undying reincarnation flame. Master, the undying reincarnation flame doesn't belong to the Reincarnation Immortal sect? Wasn't it said that the undying flame was suppressed by the Reincarnation Emperor? How did it become that yin-yang immortal sect? Lin Feng asked. It seems like the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra has told you about the undying reincarnation flame? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra told me about the undying reincarnation flame, but there are many things that he didn't explain clearly, so he asked me to ask you about it. The undying reincarnation flame is indeed yin-yang immortal sect, and it was suppressed by the Reincarnation Emperor. Back then, the undying reincarnation flame almost caused a disaster, but the Reincarnation Emperor suppressed it. Since then, the undying reincarnation flame hasn't caused much of a commotion. Lin Feng understood what Lord Tortoise meant. The undying reincarnation flame was left behind by yin-yang immortal sect. However, the undying reincarnation flame was unwilling to be suppressed. As time passed, the undying reincarnation flame accumulated great power. Therefore, the undying reincarnation flame tried to break the seal and escape. The Reincarnation Emperor suppressed the undying reincarnation flame once again. Lin Feng asked, why did yin-yang immortal sect leave the undying reincarnation flame behind? He must have some ulterior motive, right? Lord Tortoise said, this isn't something you should know. It won't do you any good if you know now. I've already told you not to think about the undying reincarnation flame for the time being. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Even if I want to, I can't do it. Lin Feng gave up on refining the undying reincarnation flame for the time being. He continued, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra told me about becoming the vice sect master of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I've already agreed to it. It's good that you're in charge of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lord Tortoise said. Speaking of which, the Reincarnation Immortal sect has a terrifying foundation, Lord Tortoise said. Oh, terrifying foundation? I wonder how strong the Reincarnation Immortal sect is. Lin Feng asked curiously. Lord Tortoise said, the foundation I'm talking about is not the foundation of the mortal world, but the foundation of the heaven realm. If we really want to talk about it, we can only be considered as a branch of the heaven realm's Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng was shocked. He really hadn't thought of this. Lord Tortoise continued, in fact, it's not just the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Taishang Immortal sect is also a branch of the Taishang Immortal sect in the heaven realm. Moreover, the Taishang Immortal sect in the heaven realm is even more powerful because they inherited the Taishang's legacy. Exalted One, a terrifying existence that could change the color of the heavens and the earth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this existence's cultivation could shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Taishang meant surpassing everything. Grand Supreme should be the sixth sovereign to awaken in this era after the five sovereigns, Hongming, Hongjun, Taoist Luya, and Chaos Puppet. He named himself Taishang. It meant to surpass everything. Taishang was very arrogant. Although he was only the sixth sovereign to awaken, he looked down on the other five sovereigns. He gave himself the name Taishang to tell the world that he was the supreme existence in the world. He had surpassed the sovereigns, Primordial Chaos, Patriarch Chaos Fiend, Taoist Luya, and Patriarch Chaos Fiend. Lin Feng asked, apart from the Taishang Immortal sect and the Reincarnation Immortal sect, do the other immortal sects have a main branch in the heaven realm? Lord Tortoise shook his head and said, the other immortal sects shouldn't have a main branch in the heaven realm. However, I have high hopes for the Red World Fairy. She will definitely enter the heaven realm in the future and establish her own faction there. She's not a simple person. Lord Tortoise rarely evaluated others. Ordinary people weren't qualified for him to evaluate. But now, Lord Tortoise actually had such a high opinion of Senior Immortal Hongchuan. It was obvious how extraordinary the Red World Fairy was. The Red World Fairy was known as the most powerful person in the 9 provinces. Lin Feng didn't know if the Red World Fairy was the most powerful person in the 9 provinces, but he felt that his cheap master's cultivation base was definitely not lower than the Red World Fairy's. In the next few days, the reincarnation immortal sect was very lively. The news that Lin Feng was going to be the vice sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect quickly spread throughout the sect. It caused a huge commotion. Lin Feng had only joined the sect for a little over 10 years. Now, he was going to become the vice sect leader of this ancient sect. This gave rise to a strange feeling in many people's hearts. It wasn't jealousy. When a person was too outstanding and surpassed everyone else by too much, they wouldn't be jealous. Those who had been surpassed would not be able to feel any jealousy. They were jealous of those who weren't much stronger than them, but who were superior to them in every aspect. He's the youngest vice sect leader in the history of the reincarnation immortal sect, right? Although he's the vice sect leader, he's actually the acting sect leader. Now that the 9 provinces is in chaos and the 9 provinces is about to fall into turmoil, the sect leader hasn't returned for many years. Lin Feng is going to exercise the power of the sect leader. Back then, I joined the sect with Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng is going to take charge of the reincarnation immortal sect, while I'm just an ordinary inner disciple. It's like heaven and earth. Now that I think about it, I can't help but sigh with emotion. Brother, don't be discouraged. Lin Feng is a God-favored one. He's naturally not someone ordinary people like us can compare to. The entire sect was talking about Lin Feng being the vice sect leader. The male disciples were all emotional. The female disciples seemed to be more excited than the male disciples. Lin Feng was a God-favored one. Their hearts palpitated. Even the peerless beauties of the reincarnation immortal sect were attracted to him. While the reincarnation immortal sect was preparing for the ceremony of Lin Feng taking over as the vice sect leader, Lin Feng went into seclusion. This time, Lin Feng planned to refine the epic Tao source. He wanted to awaken his immortal bloodline for the second time. In order to awaken his bloodline, he had to go to the ancestral land. This was because the ancestral land usually had the method to awaken his bloodline. Apart from going to the ancestral land, there was another way, which was to find some extremely powerful treasures. Some extremely powerful treasures could help a cultivator awaken his bloodline. Of course, such treasures were too rare. One might not necessarily find them even after searching all the heavens. For example, the epic Tao source. It was a treasure passed down from the Supreme Celestial Court. However, how many people could find the Supreme Celestial Court? Therefore, it was unrealistic to hope to find these treasures to awaken one's bloodline. Lin Feng was able to obtain the epic Tao source thanks to Master Tortoise. Therefore, Lin Feng was very respectful and grateful to Master Tortoise. Although Master Tortoise liked to cheat his disciples, Master Tortoise would also think for himself. Chapter 2732. As the archaic dragonesque elephant art circulated, the epic Tao source started to disintegrate. The epic Tao source turned into the purest energy. Then, the energy was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The energy fused with Lin Feng's undying bloodline. Suddenly, Lin Feng's undying bloodline started to transform. After such a long time, who wouldn't die? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. It was hazy. Lin Feng felt that he had entered a mysterious world. There was a mysterious existence in this world. He was shrouded in mystery and looked at Lin Feng from afar. Lin Feng had a strange feeling. It was a special feeling, as if their blood vessels were connected. This feeling made Lin Feng feel very warm. It was like a wanderer returning home and seeing his family. This feeling was so good that Lin Feng had the urge to cry. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. That existence didn't say anything. He was still looking at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng got closer to him, he realized that the cultivator had disappeared. Where did he go? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He started to look for that existence. However, he couldn't find him even after searching many places. Lin Feng traveled through this lonely world. Finally, Lin Feng saw a huge ancient city. The ancient city had the words Yuan written on it. The Undying clan is surnamed Yuan. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The famous Undying clan was ancient and powerful. They had a long history. It was a clan that could make the descendants of the top forces in the heaven realm pale. From this, one could see how terrifying this clan was. In the 9 prefectures, The Undying clan only appeared in the immemorial era. That was because the Undying clan wasn't a native of the 9 prefectures. The Undying clan that appeared in the 9 prefectures during the immemorial era was just a side branch. Their bloodlines were not particularly powerful. Moreover, in the bloodline of the Undying clansmen of the side branches, many powerful divine abilities would not appear in their bloodline memories. The most heaven-defying divine abilities were usually only passed down to the descendants of the main branch. The inheritances of these major forces were passed down through their bloodline. They didn't rely on scrolls or jade tubes to imprint divine abilities. Because if they used scrolls and jade tubes to imprint the clan's inheritance, someone might steal the scrolls and jade tubes. At that time, the clan's inheritance would be leaked. This was something that the major forces would never allow to happen. These major forces would often place restrictions in the minds of their disciples. Therefore, outsiders couldn't obtain their inheritance through soul searching. Because once the soul search, the restriction would instantly destroy his soul. Of course, there were some great powers that wouldn't do this, but such great powers were in the minority. Lin Feng entered the ancient city. The ancient city was bustling with people coming and going. However, these people didn't seem to see Lin Feng. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. The talented descendants of the clan should quickly head to the plaza to undergo the bloodline awakening. A dignified voice resounded in the ancient city. The bloodline awakening ceremony is finally about to begin. Many people were extremely excited as they rushed to the central plaza. The descendants of the Undying clan are undergoing the bloodline awakening? Lin Feng was very surprised. He thought of a possibility. Now that he was about to undergo the bloodline awakening, could it be that he was going to undergo the bloodline awakening together with the Undying clan? Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly rushed to the plaza. Soon, he arrived at the plaza. When he arrived, the plaza was already filled with people. The Undying clan was a huge clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, there would be many clansmen. However, these clansmen were mostly from the side branch. There were very few true main branch cultivators. The status of these side branch disciples naturally couldn't be compared to the main branch disciples. However, they also had the chance to awaken their bloodline. After their bloodline awakening, their bloodline wouldn't record the most heaven-defying divine abilities. However, if they displayed shocking talent at that time, the main branch would focus on nurturing them and teach them all kinds of heaven-defying divine abilities. All of these were highly possible. There were about 3,000 descendants gathered in the plaza. These should be the descendants of the side branch of the Undying clan. Lin Feng heard the people around him talking about the bloodline awakening. It turned out that the location and method of the bloodline awakening of the side branch disciples was different from that of the main branch disciples. The bloodline awakening of the side branch disciples relied on the power of fortune. On the other hand, the main branch disciples awakened in the ancestral land. It was said that there was an awakening pool in the ancestral land. In the pool, there were all kinds of precious spirit herbs, immortal liquids, and other treasures. Moreover, there were some special methods. As for what they were, no one knew. The awakening process in the ancestral land was much more complicated. The probability of bloodline awakening was also much higher than the simple awakening process outside. Could the awakening have something to do with those stone statues? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. There were 9 stone statues in the plaza. Every stone statue was vivid and lifelike. Moreover, they were surrounded by divine light and looked very dignified. Those stone statues should be the ancestors of the Undying clan. A few cultivators flew over from afar, led by an old man. The old man said loudly, "You are all outstanding descendants of the side branch. I hope that you can successfully undergo a deep bloodline awakening during this ceremony." At this time, Lin Feng found out that the young cultivators in the plaza had already undergone a bloodline awakening. And now, they were undergoing a second bloodline awakening. These people first performed a sacrifice. Then, they began their bloodline awakening. One of the priests walked out. There was a table in front of this priest. On the table, there were many sacrificial offerings and an incense burner. This priest began to chant an incantation. It took him half an hour to chant the incantation. Suddenly, The eyes of the 9 stone statues shot out 2 dazzling beams of light. "The ancestors have appeared," many people exclaimed, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the 9 stone statues. "Fortune descends. Bow to the ancestors." The priest shouted loudly, "May the ancestors bestow fortune upon us." Over 3,000 disciples on the plaza all knelt on the ground. Then, these disciples all kowtowed to the 9 stone statues. Rumble. The 9 stone statues raised their arms at the same time. They pointed their fingers at the sky. In an instant, 9 beams of light shot out from their fingertips. The 9 beams of light fused together, forming a huge pillar of light. That huge pillar of light shot up to the sky. It seemed to be connected to a mysterious space-time. Then, a mysterious energy descended from the sky. It was golden energy, like golden rain falling from the sky. Chapter 27:33. Bathing in the holy light, they awakened their powerful bloodlines. Many people were immersed in this mysterious realm. They were awakening their bloodlines, and their bodies were emitting waves of shocking energy. Of course, not everyone could smoothly undergo a deep level of awakening. It was definitely very difficult. Out of more than 3,000 disciples, only 1/10 of them could undergo a deep awakening. That was already very impressive. This kind of deep awakening was very special. Every time one awakened, their combat strength would be greatly improved, and their bloodline would also be greatly improved. They would be able to master some ancient divine powers, and even the power of their ancestors that was sleeping in their bodies. Every time one awakened, their combat strength would be greatly improved. Therefore, a deep awakening was very important for a cultivator. It was definitely an extremely important opportunity. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to soar into the sky, but there were very few cultivators who could seize this opportunity. Every time one awakened, the difficulty level of the second awakening would be greatly increased. Therefore, one could imagine how difficult it was for those cultivators who had awakened 3 or 4 times, or even more. And how heaven-defying. Can this holy light awaken me as well? Lin Feng looked at the golden energy descending from the sky and could not help but mumble to himself. He walked toward the square, wanting to bathe in the holy light. When he arrived at the square, he began to absorb the golden energy descending from the sky. However, this golden energy had no effect on Lin Feng. Perhaps the reason for all this was because they were not in the real world. Other than this reason, Lin Feng could not think of any other explanation. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance. Lin Feng was shocked. It was that person. He had seen that person's figure before. That person also looked at Lin Feng. When he saw that person this time, Lin Feng still felt very close to him, just like before. Lin Feng quickly walked toward that person. That person walked out of the city, and Lin Feng chased after him. He also came out of the city. In the vast ancient forest, there was only Lin Feng and him. The man stopped. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "The bloodline inheritance originated from a mortal ancient and has been passed down to this world." Lin Feng pondered deeply. The man's words should be telling them the time of the bloodline inheritance, right? He looked at the man and asked, "Senior, are you my ancestor?" "Our bloodline no longer belongs to the Undying clan." The man did not answer Lin Feng's question but said aloud. Lin Feng had some understanding of this before. Their lineage was the one abandoned by the Undying clan. Therefore, if they were to be discovered by the Undying clan, he would definitely not allow their bloodline to continue to survive. It was normal for a huge force like the Undying clan to have branches outside, but they would never allow those abandoned clansmen to spread their branches and leaves. Clans with external branches and those formed by those abandoned people were two completely different concepts in terms of power and influence. The rules set by the Undying clan were laws. As for the external branches, their existence was legal. As for the clans formed by those abandoned clansmen, their forces were completely illegal and would naturally be wiped out. Many things in the world were filled with cruelty. Even if they belonged to the same clan, when it came to benefits, they would fight to the death. There was no warmth to speak of. The man walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He came to Lin Feng's side and said, "Remember, avoid the Undying clan. The current you is not yet the time to face them head-on." The bloodline had been passed down for 3 generations. From the 4th band onwards, it could no longer be considered a close bloodline. From Lin Feng's generation to Lin Qi's generation, it had been tens of thousands of years. There was no longer any blood relationship between them. The so-called blood relationship only referred to 3 generations of the same clan, connected by blood. Therefore, no one would care about the so-called same clan. Just as the man in front of him had said, Lin Feng had to avoid the Undying clan, otherwise, the Undying clan would notice him. If he was discovered, the Undying clan would definitely send experts to kill Lin Feng. They would definitely not allow the descendants of those abandoned clansmen to live in this world. And his talent was so powerful. I will remember. Lin Feng nodded. The man smiled, then stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped on Lin Feng's forehead. Buzz. A beam of light surged out from the man's fingertip and shone into Lin Feng's forehead. Then Lin Feng felt the world spinning. All the scenes disappeared. His consciousness returned to the real world. But Lin Feng could feel that his body was getting hotter and hotter. It was getting hotter and hotter. His body became boiling hot. In Lin Feng's undying bloodline, it was as if shackles were being unlocked. Those shackles were the inheritance of the bloodline and the ancestors' memory and power. And Lin Feng's dantian began to become dazzling. Inside his dantian, a twisted golden blood mist actually appeared. The distorted golden blood mist finally transformed into the shape of a human. This is? Lin Feng was shocked. That human figure was very special. Lin Feng felt that the human figure contained an unimaginably vast power. Once that vast power was activated, it would cause an earth-shattering commotion. The ancestors' power. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He guessed that it must be the ancestors' power. This deep awakening, Lin Feng awakened the ancestors' power. Now, the ancestors' power condensed into a small golden human figure. When Lin Feng connected with the small golden human figure, suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he was like a small pond. The ancestors' power was a vast ocean, and now, Lin Feng could borrow the ancestors' power to fight. Once he used the ancestors' power to fight, his battle strength would be greatly increased. And unlike using the 8-9 arcane art, using the ancestors' power to fight would only consume magic power at most, and it would not consume a lot of lifespan. This deep awakening seems to have only awakened part of the ancestors' power sleeping in the bloodline. Lin Feng sensed the condition of his body. Except for the ancestors' power sleeping in the bloodline, he did not sense anything else, such as the inheritance of some powerful divine ability, some special abilities, or some extremely important memories. None of them had been awakened. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this was only the second awakening of the undying bloodline. To be able to awaken the ancestors' power sleeping in the bloodline was already extremely heaven-defying. Chapter 2734. The stronger the bloodline, the more limited the awakened ability would be. Some weaker bloodlines might be able to awaken several abilities if they were to undergo a deeper awakening. This was because there was a limit to the number of times a bloodline could be awakened. Not all bloodlines could be awakened 9 times. Some bloodlines could only be awakened 2 or 3 times. Some bloodlines could only be awakened once. After awakening his bloodline, Lin Feng decided to enter the 5th floor of the Chonglu Devil Palace to take a look. He wondered what was inside. After entering the Chonglu Devil Palace, the Black Bear Sage appeared and bowed to Lin Feng. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the giant god realm. From now on, Master is like a dragon entering the sea and an eagle soaring into the sky. Your rise is unstoppable. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't say that. Who knows what the future holds?" Then he said, "I want to see that stone sword. I don't know if I can take the stone sword in the demonic hall of the lofty building now." "Yes, Master." When the Black Bear Saint received the order, it abruptly waved its giant claw and a lump of black light surged out. It enveloped Lin Feng and the Black Bear Sage. They then disappeared from the palace and appeared in the 3rd layer space. The stone sword was placed in the 3rd layer space. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the other stone sword flew out and hovered in the palace. "Is this the stone sword?" The remnant soul appeared in his illusory body and carefully examined the stone sword. Lin Feng looked at the two stone swords and said, "Why do I feel that these two stone swords are different?" The two stone swords were identical in appearance, but Lin Feng felt that there was something different about them. It was a very strange feeling, but it was also very strong. The remnant soul said, "Master, these two stone swords are indeed different. In fact, all 36 stone swords are different." "Oh, what's different about them?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. The remnant soul said, "These 36 stone swords all have their own names. They are called Tian Kue Sword, Tian Gang Sword, Tian Ji Sword, Tian Xian Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Ming Sword, Tian Wei Sword, Tian Ing Sword, Tian Gue Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Man Sword, Tian Gu Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Man Sword, Tian Gu Sword, Tian Dao 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 Sword, Tian. Although the stone swords are made of the same material, their power is different. Among the 36 stone swords, it is said that the heavenly chief sword is the strongest. The heavenly skillful sword is ranked last. Lin Feng said in surprise. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt that these two stone swords were different. So that's the reason. The remnant soul continued. Although there is a difference in power, the difference is very limited. Even the heavenly skillful sword, which is ranked last, can easily kill a creature in the black fog at its peak. This shows how powerful these stone swords are. Moreover, these stone swords can sense each other and form a special cycle. Their power can also be stacked together. This is the most terrifying part. Lin Feng asked in surprise, "Stacking their power? How do you understand this?" The remnant soul explained, "For example, if we activate two stone swords, the power of each stone sword is equivalent to the power of the combined attack of the two stone swords." Hearing this explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. This kind of stacking of power was too terrifying. If he could gather all 36 stone swords and activate all 36 stone swords at the same time, then the power that each of the 36 stone swords could unleash was equivalent to the power of the 36 stone swords fused together. It was simply too heaven-defying. Back then, Di Wudao controlled 9 stone swords and activated them to fight against his father. It was hard to imagine just how powerful Di Wudao was back then, but in the end, Di Wudao was still defeated by his father. When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. Just how shockingly powerful was his father's battle prowess back then? "What are these two stone swords?" Lin Feng asked. The remnant soul said, "The stone sword I control is the Sky Boost sword. It is ranked 34th among the 36 stone swords. The stone sword in front of you is called the Heavenly Sin Sword. It is ranked 29th among the 36 stone swords. Therefore, the stone sword in the hall is slightly stronger than the Sky Boost sword. It is also more difficult to activate it." Lin Feng nodded and walked to the front of the Heavenly Sin Sword. Then, he reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Heavenly Sin Sword. Previously, after Lin Feng had broken through to the Heavenly God realm, he had tried many times to pick up the Heavenly Sin Sword, but he had failed every time. Lin Feng knew that it was because his cultivation was not high enough. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the giant God realm, his cultivation had increased greatly. Lin Feng's confidence had also increased. "Ha!" he shouted in a deep voice. Then, all the muscles in his body suddenly channeled magic power. In an instant, Lin Feng lifted the Sky Boost sword. What a heavy sword! Lin Feng's face couldn't help but turn red. The reason why he could easily activate the Sky Boost sword was because of the Remnant Soul's help. Without the Remnant Soul's help, Lin Feng would have a hard time unleashing the power of the Sky Boost sword. When he picked up the Heavenly Sin sword, the remnant soul couldn't help. Lin Feng had to rely on his own strength. Now, Lin Feng knew how terrifying the Heavenly Sin sword was. This stone sword was just too heavy. It was not an easy task to wield the Heavenly Sin sword to slay the enemy. Fortunately, Lin Feng could now lift the Heavenly Sin sword. This was a good start. When I kill Di Wudao in the future, I will be able to collect 11 stone swords. After Lin Feng put down the Heavenly Sin sword, he started to ponder. He just didn't know what kind of stone swords Di Wudao controlled. Let's go to the 5th palace to take a look, Lin Feng said. The Black Bear Sage nodded and brought Lin Feng and the remnant soul to the 5th palace. Inside the 5th palace, it actually formed a mountain and river. Lin Feng looked at the mountain and river world that appeared in front of him suspiciously. It was huge and boundless. Originally, he thought that there would be something extremely precious in the 5th palace. He didn't expect it to be a space. The Black Bear Sage said, "This space is rumored to be a space formed by the ancient god of space after he fell. The inheritance of the ancient god of space is somewhere in this space." What? The inheritance of the ancient god of space? Lin Feng was shocked. Chapter 2735. Is there really the inheritance of the space ancient god here? Lin Feng asked in disbelief. The most terrifying thing about the space ancient god was his ability to make use of space. It was said that the space ancient god could condense a huge space with a raise of his hand. Such an ability was simply unimaginable. Once the space was condensed, there were too many things that could be done. This was because the space condensed in an instant could easily trap any cultivator. Then, the space would collapse, and the cultivator trapped inside would die. Of course, the space ancient god's abilities were not limited to this. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the space ancient god's abilities. The Black Bear Sage said, "Of course it's true. This space was obtained by Demon Emperor Chonglu by accident. Originally, he wanted to find the inheritance of the space ancient god himself to cultivate. However, he did not expect that before he could comprehend the secrets of this space, Demon Emperor Chonglu would meet with a calamity and fall." The Black Bear Sage sighed as he said this. He was the weapon spirit of the Chonglu Devil Palace, which was equivalent to being created by Demon Emperor Chonglu. Hence, he was filled with emotions about the calamity that befell Demon Emperor Chonglu. Lin Feng looked at the space and frowned slightly. It seems like it won't be easy to comprehend the secrets of this space and find the inheritance of the space ancient god. Lin Feng did not have the time to comprehend the secrets of this space as he planned to head to the Sky Martial Continent. Other than that, Lin Feng was unable to comprehend the chance that he had obtained from the Demon Lord. Furthermore, he was unable to comprehend the chance that he had obtained from Yuanqing Dao Lord. Now that the inheritance of the space ancient god was suspected to be in this space, Lin Feng was unable to find the time to comprehend the secrets of this space. Even if he wanted to comprehend it, he would first comprehend the chance left behind by the Demon Lord or Yuanqing Dao Lord. Lin Feng came out of the Chonglu Devil Palace. He then took out the evil corpse ring. He had been unable to open the evil corpse ring that he had obtained in the ancient city. He had thought that he would only be able to open it after breaking through to the heavenly god realm. However, he had still failed. Now that he had broken through to the giant god realm, would he be able to open the evil corpse ring? Lin Feng was not sure if he could open the evil corpse ring. He would only know after trying. If he could open the evil corpse ring, that would be even better. It was a happy ending for everyone. If he was still unable to open the ring, as such, he could only wait for a period of time and wait for his cultivation to increase before attempting to open it. Lin Feng's spiritual sense attempted to invade the evil corpse ring. Kikik. A series of gloomy voices suddenly resounded in his mind. An extremely cold aura gushed out from the evil corpse ring. That aura poured into Lin Feng's mind. Ah! Lin Feng couldn't help but scream. That feeling was too painful. He felt as if his head was about to split open. The evil corpse ring was too strange. Lin Feng quickly activated Lu Yu's stargazing chart. Only then did the pain gradually disappear. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, his face still looked a little pale. "This ring is so strange," Yi Futian murmured. His expression was uncertain as he looked at the evil corpse ring. Although Lin Feng really wanted to open the evil corpse ring now. But obviously, with Lin Feng's ability, it was impossible to open the evil corpse ring now. The evil corpse ring contained a terrifying power. If he wanted to open the evil corpse ring, he would need to break that strange power. And obviously, Lin Feng currently didn't have the ability to break that strange power. Lin Feng kept the evil corpse ring. Perhaps he would need to wait until he became a half-emperor before he could try to open the evil corpse ring. The night was bright. There was a bonfire in front of a palace in the barren mountain. There was barbecued meat on top of the bonfire. An enticing aroma spread out. It was too delicious. Next to the bonfire was a table filled with various delicacies and fine wines. Lin Feng, Lord Turtle, Xiao Mingming, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint were all surrounding the table and enjoying the delicious food. This was a rare moment of tranquility. Only in the reincarnation immortal sect, in the barren mountain, Lin Feng could completely relax. Because his master, Lord Turtle, was here. Even if Lin Feng was dead drunk, he didn't have to worry about his head being chopped off in his sleep. But in the outside world, Lin Feng had to be on his guard at all times. The Deputy Sect Master's inauguration ceremony will be held tomorrow. This is an extremely important event for the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Therefore, the sect has invited some of the higher-ups of the forces that we are on good terms with to attend the ceremony. Lord Turtle said. Lin Feng nodded. This was also very necessary. It was equivalent to announcing to the world that he was going to take over the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. During this period of time, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra will try to communicate with the sect master. If the communication is successful, the sect master will step down and you will officially become the new sect master of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lord Turtle said. In fact, many major events in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect were decided by the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Even the current sect master, the Reincarnation Immortal Venerable, had to listen to the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Perhaps the departure of the sect master had something to do with this matter. As for Lord Turtle, he was a carefree person who was not interested in the affairs of the sect. Perhaps the only thing that Lord Turtle was interested in was which female disciple's figure was better. If I take over the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, I will gradually take control of the sect instead of taking orders from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng said. Lord Turtle raised his eyelids and said, "This matter will depend on your own means." Lin Feng nodded and did not talk about this matter any further. Lin Feng's character had always been like this. He would either not take up the position of Deputy Sect Master. Since he had taken up the position, he must have great power. He would never allow anyone above him to control him. Even the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was no exception. In the next few days, more and more cultivators arrived at the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. They were all sects, families, or forces that were on good terms with the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. As the land of the 9 prefectures was too big, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had sent invitations to the distant forces. However, they could not come in a short period of time. Lin Feng was in a hurry to leave the land of the 9 prefectures and head to the Tianwu continent. Therefore, the ceremony to take over the position of Deputy Sect Master would not wait for the arrival of the major forces. On this day, someone came to visit Lin Feng. When he saw the person, Lin Feng was delighted. It was a woman who was standing in front of an ancient tree. Her clothes were as white as snow. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. Her temperament was otherworldly, and she was as beautiful as a jade. She was simply a peerless beauty. Her beauty was breathtaking. Ouyang Shiyu. It was actually this woman. Chapter 2736. Lin Feng met Ouyang Shiyu when he was participating in the Thunderblade Secret Territory trial in the Sky Martial Continent. After so many years, Ouyang Shiyu was still as beautiful as ever. When Lin Feng returned to the Sky Martial Continent from the Outer Realm, he heard some news about the Longevity Hall. There were very few cultivators in the Longevity Hall. Hence, after the sea route from the Sky Martial Continent to the 9 prefectures was opened, the cultivators of the Longevity Hall came to the 9 prefectures. And the Longevity Hall was a branch of the Longevity Immortal sect in the 9 prefectures. Hence, the people of the Longevity Hall joined the Longevity Immortal sect. The Longevity Immortal sect was 3 months away from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They were informed to attend Lin Feng's inauguration ceremony. They were unable to rush over. Ouyang Shiyu was able to come here because she followed an elder to visit an old friend in the Snow Eagle City. When she was about to leave, she heard that Lin Feng had become the deputy sect leader and came to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Ouyang Shiyu had long heard of Lin Feng from the Reincarnation Immortal sect, but she had never seen the true face of this Lin Feng. Hence, Ouyang Shiyu did not know if this Lin Feng from the Reincarnation Immortal sect was the same person as the Lin Feng she knew. Back then in the Sky Martial continent, Ouyang Shiyu heard about Lin Feng and knew that Lin Feng had been swallowed by the space-time reversal. Hence, at that time, she thought that Lin Feng would die in the space-time reversal. Now that she saw Lin Feng, even though they had not met for many years, Ouyang Shiyu could still recognize him at a glance. The Lin Feng in front of her was the young man she met back then. The young man with a feather fan and shoulder-length black hair had now become a very handsome and responsible young man. Over the years, Ouyang Shiyu had heard many things about Lin Feng. Now, the two Lin Feng had overlapped. Ouyang Shiyu was even a little dazed. She even thought that she was still in the Sky Martial continent and Lin Feng was still the young man from back then. But when she came back to her senses, she realized. Those were the past. They were the past. Lin Feng walked towards Ouyang Shiyu and said with a smile, "It's been many years since we last met. Fairy, you're still as elegant as ever." Ouyang Shi sneered. "I never thought that the famous Lin Feng of the 9 regions was the Lin Feng I knew. When I heard about you that year, I knew that you would not die." Lin Feng said, "Back then, I was quite lucky to be able to survive. Has everything been well in the 9 provinces?" Ouyang Shiyu nodded and said, "Everything is fine." When old friends met, they naturally had a lot to talk about. The two of them talked about many things. Not only did they talk about what they had seen and heard over the years, but they also talked about many things in the past. After sending Ouyang Shiyu off, Lin Feng sighed. He might still be able to meet some of his old friends in the Tianwu continent, but he might never see some of them again. Lin Feng thought of many people. For example, his mentor, Sun Tiantu, and some of his fellow disciples from the Blue Cloud sect. He was destined to never see them again. Many people had died in the calamity of the Tianwu continent. Now, Lin Feng was even more anxious to return to the Tianwu continent. He wondered how Shangguan Feier, Murong Shui, Xiao Yefei, and the others were doing. Lin Feng could not wait to see them. On this day, the Reincarnation Immortal sect was bustling with activity. This was because Lin Feng was about to officially become the vice sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He would wield great power in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The change of power in an ancient sect was naturally a very important matter. The Reincarnation Immortal sect placed great importance on this matter and was about to hold a sacrifice. The guests, core disciples, saints, saintesses, grand elders, and elders all headed to the ancestral hall. There were many guests, and they were all cultivators that Lin Feng did not recognize. These cultivators belonged to forces that were inextricably linked to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. More than 10 grand elders presided over the ceremony. First, they held a sacrifice. Then, they set up a memorial tablet for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng became the vice sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, his memorial tablet was qualified to be placed in the ancestral hall. In the ancestral hall, the ancestors of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were enshrined. These ancestors, they were either the sect leaders of the Reincarnation Immortal sect or some ancestors who had made important contributions. Although Lin Feng was only the vice sect leader now, everyone knew that Lin Feng was only a temporary vice sect leader. Soon, he would officially become the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The memorial tablet was made of a special material. It was made of willow wood. This willow wood was an ancient tree from the Eldritch Age. Such a treasure was exceptionally precious. Lin Feng's memorial tablet was personally written by the most senior grand elder of the sect, Lin Feng's name. He also prayed for the blessings of the ancestors. Send it to the ancestral hall. The Grand Elders shouted in unison. A Grand Elder personally brought Lin Feng's memorial tablet to the ancestral hall to be enshrined. After all of this was done, the elders, deacons, and disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect all bowed to Lin Feng. Greetings, Vice Sect Leader. Everyone, please rise. Lin Feng raised his hand and said, "Ha ha ha ha. I'm afraid the reincarnation immortal sect has just appointed a Vice Sect Leader today. Next year, we will burn incense and paper offerings for the Vice Sect Leader on this day." At this moment, a laugh filled with disdain came from afar. A ball of divine light surged over. Next, a high number of cultivators descended. There were at least 1,000 of them. They were all cultivators from the various tribes. Those cultivators weren't from the same clan. Lin Feng saw cultivators from the blood-winged Celestial Wolf clan and the Ancient God clan. There were probably dozens of different races and clans. Lung Qinya, the heaven-defying genius of the blood-winged wolf tribe, was killed by Lin Feng. This news had already spread throughout the 9 states. Everyone knew that the person who had just spoken was an expert from the blood-winged, heavenly wolf clan. His name was Lung Wanzong. He was the 13th elder of the blood-winged wolf tribe. His cultivation base was extremely terrifying. "You finally appeared." A sinister voice came from afar. A ball of black fog surged over. There were 3,000 elite troops in the black fog. The 3,000 elite troops were led by 2 living beings from the black fog. The 3,000 elite troops were cultivators who had sided with the living beings from the black fog. The living beings from the black fog hated Lin Feng to the core. Now that they knew Lin Feng's whereabouts, they naturally wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Brat, have you thought about how you want to die?" A cold laugh came from the void. Then, the void cracked. The living being from the foreign realm stepped out with a battle spear in his hand. Endless killing intent lingered around his body as he looked coldly at Lin Feng. The living being from the foreign realm was also an overlord. However, he came alone today. Chapter 2737. Everyone knew that the reincarnation immortal sect possessed an immortal artifact. Therefore, most people did not dare to provoke the reincarnation immortal sect. Even the myriad tribes and the foreign races would not easily provoke the reincarnation immortal sect. However, the myriad tribes, the living beings in the black fog, and the foreign races had arrived one after another. Since they were so brazen, they must have thought of everything. They must have found a way to deal with the reincarnation immortal sutra. Otherwise, they would not have come to 9 states. So many experts are here to kill Lin Feng? I'm afraid there's going to be big trouble. The reincarnation immortal sect will be bathed in blood. Yes, with so many experts gathered here, the situation is not good. The guests began to discuss among themselves. Whether it was the myriad tribes, the living beings in the black fog, or the foreign races, they were all existences that the native forces of 9 states could not afford to provoke. Now that they had come together, the situation in front of them was truly despairing. Are you looking down on the reincarnation immortal sect? Do you really think that the reincarnation immortal sect has no way of keeping you here? A supreme elder said coldly. Sun Wancher, doesn't the reincarnation immortal sect rely on an immortal artifact to gain a foothold? The Taishang immortal sect also has an immortal artifact. The void split open, and a cultivator stepped out. It was an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. Many people's expressions changed when they saw this person. He was the supreme elder of the Taishang immortal sect, Guazimo. He had a high status in the Taishang immortal sect. Buzz. A distorted vortex appeared in the void. A terrifying existence could be vaguely seen entrenched in the vortex. It was the supreme endless diagram, the immortal artifact of the Taishang immortal sect. Rumor had it that the Supreme Elder had forged this immortal artifact. Now, this immortal artifact had appeared to suppress the reincarnation immortal sutra. Buzz. A second terrifying fluctuation surged out from the void. An ancient scripture book appeared. It was the reincarnation immortal sutra. The Taishang immortal sect colluded with the foreign races. Are you trying to become a traitor of 9 states? The reincarnation immortal sutra said coldly. A sneer came from the supreme endless diagram. This world only cares about success or failure, not the result. Ha ha ha. Care about success or failure, not the result. Lin Feng suddenly burst out laughing. If they don't leave something behind, they won't be able to leave the reincarnation immortal sect. When Lin Feng finished talking, he waved his hand. Buzz. In the void, lines of formation runes intertwined and formed, sealing off the entire world. Everyone was trapped in the sect protection formation of the reincarnation immortal sect. Everyone was the reincarnation. What's going on? Now, so many strong cultivators had come to kill Lin Feng. Shouldn't Lin Feng be thinking about how to escape? But Lin Feng had activated the great deployment spell in front of him. Wasn't that trapping him as well? Not to Tian him? Besides, Lin Feng had surprisingly said those words to so many strong cultivators. Did he really not put them in his eyes? The reincarnation immortal sect cultivators, including the guests, naturally hoped that Lin Feng would be fine. However, Lin Feng's actions made them think that Lin Feng was too arrogant. Brat, you're too full of yourself. Today, I'll take your head. Long Wanzong of the blood-winged, heavenly wolf tribe looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He held a blood-red dragon saber and charged at Lin Feng. He was a top expert in the blood-winged, heavenly wolf tribe. His bloodline was powerful, and his divine powers were extraordinary. He was also a boundary emperor who had reached the 49th step of the stone steps. Back then, he was also a godly figure who could challenge those of a higher level. His combat strength was heaven-defying. He could challenge those of a higher level even when his cultivation level was lower, let alone now that his cultivation level had increased. He was considered a top expert among the 10,000 tribes. Die. Long Wanzong's eyes flashed with killing intent. He slashed his saber at Lin Feng. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. A huge dragon materialized and appeared. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers. It was a blood-red dragon. It was the shadow of Long Wanzong's blood-red dragon saber. It was so powerful that it struck fear in the hearts of those who saw it. He's too strong. Can the Vice Sect Master withstand Long Wanzong's attack? The reincarnation immortal sect's cultivators turned solemn. It didn't matter if it was the Supreme Elder, the Grand Elder, or the ordinary elders, deacons, or disciples. They couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Long Wanzong was too terrifying. He was indeed a top expert among the 10,000 tribes. The combat strength he displayed was simply unheard of. The guests also sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the battlefield with solemn expressions. The 10,000 tribes, the beings of the Black Fog, the beings of the other domain, and Guazimo's people all looked at Lin Feng coldly. They were waiting for Lin Feng to be killed. Whoosh! In a flash, the Purgatory Fiend's spear appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The demonic spear exuded a powerful demonic aura. It was the Purgatory Fiend Master's treasure. Lin Feng obtained it after killing Lung Qinya. Now that he saw the Purgatory Fiend's spear in Lin Feng's hand, Long Wanzong's murderous intent sword, Lin Feng stepped forward. He channeled all the energy in his body. When Lin Feng started to move, the earth and the sky started to rumble with the sound of thunder. Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. He only needed to move a little bit. Just a slight movement was enough to cause the world to resonate. One had to know that his physical body had long reached the great Emperor realm. Now that he had broken through to the giant God realm, his physical body had improved tremendously. In the great Emperor realm, his physical body had risen by another level. Naturally, it was even more terrifying. Lin Feng's spear pierced through the void, causing it to collapse. Lin Feng was like an invincible demon god as he charged toward Long Wanzong. Clang! The Purgatory Fiend's spear collided with the blood-colored dragon saber, causing an earth-shattering sound. The blood-colored dragon saber was sent flying by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng held the Purgatory Fiend's spear and pierced toward Long Wanzong. What? How is that possible? Many people looked at the two sides in disbelief. In the exchange just now, Lin Feng had gained the upper hand. Wasn't that too unbelievable? Long Wanzong's expression changed drastically as he retreated. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's terrifying attack, but it was too late. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He chased after Long Wanzong like a shadow. He looked at Long Wanzong with an indifferent expression, and the corner of his mouth curled into a murderous smile. Die, Lung Wanzong. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out as Lin Feng stabbed out with his spear. Poochie! Lin Feng's spear directly pierced through Long Wanzong's chest. He lifted Long Wanzong up with his spear. His right arm shook violently. Lung Wanzong's vitality was scattered by Lin Feng. He died on the spot. Chapter 2738. A powerhouse like Lung Wanzong was killed just like that? Isn't Lin Feng too powerful? The guests exclaimed one after another. The Vice Sect Master is too powerful, as expected of a genius that only appears once in a billion years. The people from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect were also overjoyed. The combat strength that Lin Feng displayed was truly heaven-defying. Even a powerhouse like Lung Wanzong couldn't contend against him. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Lin Feng's cultivation was. Lin Feng suddenly swept his right hand. Lung Wanzong's corpse flew toward the people from the myriad tribes. He sneered and said, "I'll return him to you. Who else wants to throw their lives away? I'll fulfill his wish. Your cultivation has really improved, but you're definitely going to die today." The foreign creature stepped forward and charged toward Lin Feng. A defeated general doesn't deserve to be called a hero. Lin Feng looked at the foreign creature mockingly. The foreign creature was furious. Last time, he was injured by Lin Feng, and this incident made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. The foreign creature had always held a grudge against Lin Feng and wanted to kill him all the time to avenge his humiliation. During this period of time, the foreign creature had recuperated and recovered a lot of his strength. Hence, he was full of confidence. Previously, I had just escaped, so you had the chance to take advantage of me. However, now that I've recovered a bit of my strength, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. The foreign creature was very arrogant and didn't think much of Lin Feng. It was just as he said. Although his cultivation had only recovered a bit, it was still the same as before. However, this was only relative to the foreign creature at his peak. Hence, even if the foreign creature's cultivation had only recovered a bit, it was still very powerful. However, the increase in his combat strength was also extremely terrifying. The foreign creature waved his battle spear and stabbed toward Lin Feng. The spear had a will that could pierce through heaven and earth and shatter the sky. The foreign creature was indeed powerful. It wasn't bragging about its strength. The foreign creatures indeed had the strength to look down on anyone. However, the foreign creatures didn't understand just how powerful the current Lin Feng was. During the 1 year in that mysterious space, Lin Feng's battle prowess soared. Now, he had broken through to the giant god realm. He didn't even know what level his combat strength had risen to. After his breakthrough, Lin Feng had never used his full strength. When the foreign creature's peerless spear pierced over, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't show any fear, also slaughtering his way towards the foreign creatures. Let's see who will kill who today. Lin Feng looked at the foreign creatures with an indifferent expression. That terrifying spear directly swept towards the foreign creatures. Clang! The spears of both sides clashed. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Even the surrounding space was shattered. Shwa! Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the space behind Lin Feng. A scorpion tail pierced through the void and pierced toward Lin Feng's body. The foreign creatures really were crafty to the extreme. He held a battle spear in his hand and attacked Lin Feng, but it was just a feint. His real attack was actually this tail hidden in the void. At the end of the tail was a barb. The barb shone with a blue luster. It was obviously poisonous. Once pierced, death was almost certain. Be careful, the cultivators of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the surrounding guests exclaimed. Obviously, no one expected the foreign creature's killing move to be the barb at the end of the scorpion's poisonous tail. You can't dodge now even if you wanna. The foreign creature laughed sinisterly. His left hand formed a series of seals and directly sealed the void, preventing Lin Feng from escaping. Ha 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 ha, is this kid going to die? Many cultivators of the 10,000 races laughed. The two black fog creatures had indifferent expressions. The Supreme Immortal Sect's Guizimo also watched all of this with an extremely cold expression. Lin Feng was about to be killed. Suddenly, a light flashed in Lin Feng's dantian. Shua! The stone sword flew out. Lin Feng had long been on guard against the foreign creature. He controlled the stone sword. He had not used it before in order to avoid unexpected situations. Now that the foreign creature's poisonous tail was stabbing toward Lin Feng instantly activated the stone sword and slashed at the foreign creature's tail. The stone sword's speed was too fast, far faster than the foreign creature's poisonous tail's attack speed. Poof! A tearing sound was heard. The foreign creature's tail was directly cut off by the stone sword. The stone sword was indeed worthy of being one of the most mysterious treasures in the universe. Its power was heaven-defying. Ah! The foreign creature immediately released an incomparably miserable cry. That tail was very important to him. With the tail cut off, the foreign creature was also severely injured. Lin Feng seized this opportunity and pierced the foreign creature's body with the battle spear in his hand. Clang! The foreign creature waved the battle spear to block Lin Feng's attack. Demon Chaos Heavens! Lin Feng activated his divine ability and charged toward the foreign creature. A demon saint condensed and pounced toward the foreign creature. The foreign creature was sent flying, its entire body covered in blood. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to kill the foreign creature. Attack! At this moment, the black fog creature shouted coldly. Then, the black fog creature led the 3,000 elite troops and charged toward Lin Feng. Attack together! Kill him! The cultivators of the 10,000 races also shouted and charged toward Lin Feng. Disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect quickly follow the Supreme Elders and Grand Elders into the formation core. These people dare to barge into the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Do they really think that the Reincarnation Immortal Sect is a pushover? Lin Feng shouted. Everyone returned to their positions. Lin Feng did not continue to tangle with so many experts. No matter how strong he was definitely not a match for so many experts. Lin Feng also entered the formation. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect's formation was set up by the Reincarnation Emperor. The Emperor was a top-tier existence among the great emperors. Therefore, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's formation was extremely terrifying. With Lin Feng leading the entire Reincarnation Immortal Sect to activate the formation, its power was naturally unimaginable. Reincarnation, world, destruction, formation. A deep roar resounded between heaven and earth. The formation was completely activated. An immortal existence appeared in the depths of the formation. That existence seemed to be the legendary Reincarnation Emperor. He was like a god that was respected and worshipped by others. He was immortal. Boom, boom, boom. Endless reincarnation light descended from the sky as if it was going to destroy the world. The power was too terrifying. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard continuously. People were being killed continuously. Those who were trapped in the formation were like turtles in a jar. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect's formation is too powerful. The guests were shocked. They did not expect the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to have such a heaven-defying formation. In the end, the supreme limitless diagram wrapped around Guizifin, the dead foreign creature, a black fog creature, and 3 myriad race cultivators, tearing apart the formation and escaping. As for the others... Chapter 2739. Letting the foreign creatures and the others run really was a bit of a pity, but since they ran, then so be it. He'll just deal with them next time. Lin Feng was very confident in himself. Lin Feng ordered his men to clean up the battlefield and asked the elders to entertain the guests. He went to see Master Tortoise. Master, I'm afraid that these forces have their eyes on the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. I'm about to go on a long journey. I hope you can help me. Lin Feng said. He knew how powerful Master Tortoise was. He still remembered how Master Tortoise killed His Holiness with one move. Therefore, if Master Tortoise helped, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect would be safe. However, Master Tortoise had an eccentric temperament. No one knew if he would help. The Reincarnation Celestial Sect is your territory now. You can leave now. I'll take care of it for you. Master Tortoise said. After hearing Master Tortoise's promise, Lin Feng was relieved. At night, the Reincarnation Immortal sect was very lively. The Reincarnation Immortal sect held a banquet to entertain the guests. Everyone knew that Lin Feng had made his move. If there were no accidents, Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. He was so young, but his cultivation was so heaven-defying. It was terrifying. At the banquet, the beautiful female disciples of the sect looked at Lin Feng. They were secretly flirting with him. Out of the 10 great fairies of the Immortal sect, only 4 of them were in the sect. They were Nangong Qiming, Shui Lianyue, Hualingxi, and Bai Yusen. The rest were not here. Among the 10 fairies, Lin Feng had the closest relationship with Xia Shiyuan. This was because Lin Feng had spent the night with Xia Shiyuan. Besides, he was also flirting with Dancing Flame Fairy, Nangong Qiming, and Bai Yusen. Although he had some interactions with the other fairies, it was not to the extent of flirting. However, even Shui Lianyue and Hualingxi could not take their eyes off Lin Feng. On the second day after the banquet, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Holy Sage left for the Arctic tundra. They had to pass by the Arctic tundra to get to the 9 states. The news of the myriad clans, the black fog creatures, the foreign cultivators, and the supreme immortal sect joining hands to kill Lin Feng, but were almost completely annihilated by Lin Feng quickly spread throughout the 9 regions. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar. Soon, news spread that there would be great emperor-level experts from the myriad tribes' royal bloodlines descending upon the 9 states. This matter shocked the entire 9 provinces. Many people were discussing this matter. That was a great emperor-level expert, a figure who looked down on the heavens. Now that such a character had arrived in the 9 prefectures, it was unknown how many storms would be stirred up. The news has come. It's said that more than one great emperor has arrived. A cultivator said. The 9 prefectures had already declined, and it was difficult for a great emperor to emerge. Originally, it was widely rumored that a maximum of 3,000 great emperors would appear in an epoch. In fact, this legend was just a rumor and couldn't be taken seriously. It was just that it was rare for a great emperor to appear in this world. So many people believed this rumor to be true. Of course, it was indeed difficult to become a great emperor. In history, there weren't many great emperors in the 9 prefectures. It was said that there were no more than 3,000 great emperors in the 9 prefectures since the beginning of the New Age. Compared to some of the top great realms, they were definitely inferior. Especially in this era, it had been a long time since a new great emperor had appeared in the 9 prefectures. Now, the entire 9 prefectures was in turmoil. If the great emperors of the myriad tribes descended, the situation in the 9 prefectures would become even more chaotic. A month later, boom! A terrifying aura erupted in the Dragonfire state as a great battle broke out between peerless experts. Some people saw the Stone Puppet King fighting in the sky with a 9-headed creature. The 9-headed creature exuded an endless great emperor's aura that suppressed the world. It was shocking. It's the evil execution great emperor. Some cultivators of the myriad tribes were shocked when they saw that existence. The evil execution great emperor was an unparalleled existence. The 9 saints' heavenly sovereign who had been killed was a descendant of the evil execution great saint. Now that the evil execution great emperor had descended upon the 9 prefectures, the native forces of the 9 prefectures were almost unable to breathe. Stone Puppet King, hand over that thing, and I'll spare your life. The evil execution great emperor looked coldly at the Stone Puppet King. He was asking for something from the Stone Puppet King, but he didn't say what it was. Do you really think you're invincible? The Stone Puppet King sneered and stepped into the sky, fighting the evil execution great emperor. This battle caused heaven and earth to crumble. The sun and moon lost their light, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the stars were destroyed. This battle was so terrifying that it shocked everyone. However, the 2 sides fought to a draw. Neither side could do anything to the other. The Stone Puppet King is also a great emperor. Many people were shocked. The Stone Puppet King had come from the Martial Heaven continent. Originally, many cultivators of the myriad tribes had underestimated his strength. Only now did they realize how terrifying he was. Many people were watching the battle, including Qing Emperor. The battle ended without a conclusion. The Stone Puppet King was a great emperor, so the evil execution great emperor found it difficult to kill him. In the end, the evil execution great emperor left. Great emperors could directly travel through space-time, ignoring the distance between them. If they used a space-time transportation formation, it would take half a year to reach the southern Immortal Sea region's space-time reversal sea region. However, the evil execution great emperor only used 5 days. My race's heavenly sovereign 9 saint died here. This is the Red World Fairy's territory. The Red World Fairy, if you can't give me an explanation, I don't mind twisting your neck. The evil execution great emperor's voice was cold and filled with boundless killing intent. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint had been killed by Lin Feng and the Dragon Gate's cultivators. This matter had nothing to do with the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy didn't explain anything. She had complicated feelings for Lin Feng. She had been secretly helping Lin Feng. The news that the evil execution great emperor was going to deal with the Red World Fairy spread like wildfire. Countless people went to the Red World Fairy to watch the battle. The Red World Fairy didn't respond to the evil execution great emperor. The evil execution great emperor's expression was indifferent. You don't know the difference between life and death. I can fulfill your wish. The evil execution great emperor personally went to the reincarnation immortal sect. A young man walked out of the space-time reversal sea region. He had red lips and white teeth. He was exceptionally handsome. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that he was a woman disguised as a man. Many people noticed her. The Red World Fairy, someone said. They recognized the Red World Fairy. Some cultivators from the myriad races also recognized the Red World Fairy. Not long after, the evil execution great emperor arrived. The Red World Fairy. Let me ask you, have you really seen the door of everlasting life? The evil execution great emperor looked at the Red World Fairy with an indifferent expression. Although he said that he was here for Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint, everyone knew that the evil execution great emperor wasn't here for Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint wasn't worth mentioning in front of the evil execution great emperor. A great emperor wouldn't personally make a move for a mere junior. It would damage his reputation. In fact, an existence at the evil execution great emperor's level could even deduce the universe. He might know that the one who killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint was Lin Feng and not the Red World Fairy. However, even if he knew, the evil execution great emperor didn't expose this matter. He needed to find an excuse to kill the Red World Fairy. The evil execution great emperor attacked the Red World Fairy for the door of everlasting life. That was his true goal. Even if Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint wasn't involved, the evil execution great emperor would find another reason to make a move. Chapter 2740. The Red World Fairy and Lin Feng were already inextricably linked, and they couldn't be separated. The Red World Fairy also knew that the evil Xing Emperor wasn't here because of Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints. She knew what he was here for. Yes. The Red World Fairy's answer was very simple. That's good. Where is the door of everlasting life? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. The evil Xing Emperor looked at the Red World Fairy with a burning gaze. The secret of the door of everlasting life was a huge secret that countless people wanted to know. Almost everyone wanted to know the secret of the door of everlasting life. But in the end, they couldn't find it. Perhaps they could find a breakthrough from the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy said indifferently, "Do you know that saying such words is already a crime punishable by death?" The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. No one had thought that the Red World Fairy would dare to say such words in front of an expert like the evil Xing Emperor. That was a great emperor. Wasn't the Red World Fairy a little too arrogant? You don't know the meaning of death. Today, I'll let you taste all the pain in the world before you die. The evil Xing Emperor looked coldly at the Red World Fairy. He walked towards the Red World Fairy and threw a punch at the Red World Fairy. Above his fist, there was an illusion of the heavens. The evil Xing Emperor was like the creator. One punch could destroy everything in the world. The Red World Fairy's expression was indifferent as she pointed her right hand at the evil Xing Emperor. Pfft! A bloody hole appeared in the evil Xing Emperor's chest. The evil Xing Emperor's attack was broken before it could even reach its target. His body flew backwards, and emperor blood dripped from his wound. The evil Qing emperor's expression became extremely ugly. Just now, he had looked at the heavens with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. But, in the first exchange of blows, he was actually injured by immortal Reverend Hong Chen. This was simply like a slap to the face. Not to mention, there were so many cultivators watching the battle. This made the evil execution emperor feel extremely humiliated. What immortal venerable Hong Chen had just used was the great curse art. It had silently inflicted severe damage on the evil execution emperor. The great curse art was very strange and terrifying, although it could not be successfully used every time. However, once it was successfully used, its power would often be unexpectedly tyrannical. Lin Feng could cast the great curse technique a dozen times, or even dozens of times. Perhaps he could succeed once. But the Red World Fairy was different. The Red World Fairy cultivated 3,000 types of Great Das. He had even cultivated the Great Fate Art. With the Red World Fairy's strength and background, she was able to defeat the Red World Fairy. Not to mention that every time he cast the Great Curse technique, he would succeed. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to succeed after 3 or 4 tries. The Red World Fairy is too strong, isn't she? She actually injured the evil execution emperor. I didn't see her make a move. How did she do it? The surrounding cultivators, on the other hand, were all dumbfounded. They didn't even know what had happened. The evil execution emperor was already injured. Good. This emperor has underestimated you. The evil execution emperor glanced at the Red World Fairy with a gloomy expression, then quickly left. Perhaps this existence also knew that the Red World Fairy was not to be trifled with, so he planned to retreat. Do you think it's that easy to leave? The Red World Fairy's expression was indifferent. She was extremely domineering. This could be seen from the fact that the Red World Fairy had injured the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal Sect back then. The Red World Fairy was a very domineering person. This kind of personality naturally couldn't change overnight. The Red World Fairy made her move. Immortal light shot out, enveloping the evil execution emperor. Many people were shocked. Could it be that the Red World Fairy wanted to kill the evil execution emperor? The Red World Fairy's immortal light was too terrifying. It pierced through the evil execution emperor's body, seemingly trying to destroy his physical body. The evil execution emperor's furious roar shook the sky. His body directly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist and leaving through the void. This. Everyone was already speaking incoherently. That was a great emperor. He actually didn't dare to fight the Red World Fairy. Instead, he used an escape method to quickly escape. A great emperor was actually forced into such a state by the Red World Fairy. Just how terrifying was the Red World Fairy's cultivation? The Red World Fairy turned around and walked toward the space-time reversal sea. Soon, she disappeared from everyone's sight. They only fought once, and the evil execution emperor already wanted to escape. Someone as prideful as the evil execution emperor would definitely not leave like this if he didn't have a premonition. A cultivator said. This cultivator had some understanding of great emperors. He knew how terrifying great emperors were, and he also knew some shocking methods of great emperors. Therefore, he was shocked by the evil execution emperor's abnormal behavior. The Red World Fairy is too terrifying. Many people sighed. What happened in the space-time reversal sea quickly spread. This caused an even bigger commotion. The Red World Fairy had only cultivated for a little over 4,000 years, but she already had such combat strength. It was too terrifying. The Red World Fairy really did see the legendary door of everlasting life. She admitted it herself. The reason why she's so powerful might have something to do with seeing the door of everlasting life. Many people were discussing this matter. This woman is strong enough to dominate a starfield. An expert from an extraterrestrial race exclaimed. Soon, another great emperor appeared in Jiuzhou. It was a great emperor shrouded in endless divine light. He was like an immortal god, making people involuntarily kneel on the ground and worship him. That great emperor was from the ancient god race. The 9-headed insect race is subordinate to the ancient god race. A cultivator said. The nine-headed insect race was the royal race of all races. The ancient god race was the royal race. The nine-headed insect race's talent and inheritance could not be compared to the ancient god races. The evil execution emperor is only a low-level great emperor. The ancient god race's great emperor is more terrifying. It's said that he's a great emperor from ancient times. His cultivation is not something the evil execution emperor can compare to. I just don't know if he will attack the Red World Fairy. If he does, the Red World Fairy will be in danger, a cultivator said. Soon, another great emperor appeared. This time, it was a great emperor from the Sky Devil race. This great emperor from the Sky Devil race was called the Sky Devil Saint. He was young Master Nye's uncle. Not long after, another great emperor appeared in the northern barbarian state. The great emperor from the northern barbarian state was shrouded in endless blood clouds. It's the great emperor from the blood-winged wolf race, a cultivator exclaimed. The blood-winged wolf race also had a great emperor. He had also arrived in Jiuzhou. After the great emperor from the blood-winged wolf race appeared, he flew in the direction of the reincarnation immortal sect. Heavens, is the great emperor from the blood-winged wolf race going to attack the reincarnation immortal sect? Many people were shocked. Chapter 2741. The arrival of the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race attracted the attention of everyone in the 9 states. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the reincarnation immortal sect had destroyed so many cultivators from the myriad races. Many cultivators from the myriad races wanted to destroy the reincarnation immortal sect. Not only the cultivators from the myriad races, but also the living beings from the Black Fog. This was because one of the living beings from the Black Fog had also been killed. However, both sides had been biding their time. Now, the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race had arrived in the 9 states. Obviously, the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race would not let this matter rest. The deaths of Long Qinya and Long Wanzong might not be of particular concern to the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race. However, the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race coveted Lin Feng's mystical powers and treasures. Everyone in the world was here for benefits. Everything in this world was inseparable from the word benefits. Lin Feng is not a simple person. He has many powerful mystical powers and treasures. The reason why the cultivators from the myriad races wanted to kill him was because they wanted to obtain his mystical powers and treasures. A cultivator said, "Yes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. This principle will not change even after the passage of time." Lin Feng has so many treasures and so many powerful mystical powers. If he was a cultivator from the myriad races and had the support of a great emperor, no one would dare to kill him. However, he is a cultivator from the 9 states. Without the support of a great emperor, he will naturally attract the attention of many people. Many people lamented. This was the cruelty of reality. Without strength, if one had some treasures or mystical powers, their final fate would often be extremely tragic. The cruelty of the world of cultivators was now displayed to the fullest. Although immortal artifacts were quite terrifying, the combat power of a peak immortal artifact could even compete with a great emperor. However, immortal artifacts were not at the great emperor level. Moreover, there were many factors that restricted the combat power of immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts could only be controlled by humans. The combination of cultivators and Dharma treasures. Only then could the peerless power of immortal artifacts be displayed. However, was there anyone in the Reincarnation Immortal sect who could control the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra? Obviously, there was no one in the outside world. Of course, the outside world also knew that the Reincarnation Immortal sect had a Lord Tortoise who was not serious but had lived for a long time. There had always been news that Lord Turtle's cultivation was very strong, but in reality, who had seen Lord Turtle in action? Back then, when Lord Tortoise killed his honor, only Lin Feng was present. Other than Lin Feng, some cultivators of the Sea Clan, such as the Merman clan, found out about the matter of Lord Turtle killing his honor through the fishes in the sea. However, those sea race cultivators kept their mouths shut. They didn't know Master Tortoise's temperament, so naturally, they didn't dare to casually talk about this matter. If they really made Lord Tortoise unhappy, Lord Tortoise would kill them. They also had unspeakable sufferings. Therefore, the outside world was not clear about Master Tortoise's strength. However, many people felt that since there had not been a great emperor in the 9 prefectures for so many years, the 9 prefectures should not have had a great emperor. Lord Tortoise might not be weak, but he probably hadn't reached the emperor realm. As for the Red World Fairy, she was an anomaly. The emperor of the ancient god clan had already deduced the Red World Fairy's matter, and then released the news that the Red World Fairy wasn't an emperor realm expert. The reason why she was so powerful might have something to do with the door of everlasting life. Now that the situation in the 9 states was so tense, the emperor of the ancient god clan definitely didn't have good intentions when he released this news. Perhaps he wanted others to attack immortal venerable Hong Chun, so that he could sit back and reap the benefits. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect's protective array had been activated. All the disciples had gathered inside the sect. Now that the emperors of the myriad tribes were about to arrive, the disciples of the Red World Fairy didn't know what would happen next. They hoped that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra could withstand the attack of the emperors. If the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra couldn't do this, then they might die in the hands of the emperors. Many cultivators had gathered outside the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. There were cultivators from the myriad tribes, the 9 states, the Stone Golem King, the otherworldly beings, and the Black Fog beings. Blood mist roiled in the distance. A terrifying aura permeated the air. The emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan had arrived. He stood in the middle of the blood mist like an unparalleled demon god. In the end, the emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan floated in the air and looked indifferently in the direction of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Hand over Lin Feng, and I can spare the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'll destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect today. The emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan looked down at the Reincarnation Immortal Sect with indifference. He didn't think much of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect at all. Of course I won't hand over the vice sect leader. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra floated in the air and said coldly, "In that case, I'll kill all of you today." The emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan's voice was filled with cold killing intent. Then let's fight. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He wanted to start an unprecedented battle with the emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan. Ha 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 ha, honorable emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan. Leave the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra to the Taishang Immortal Sect. You just need to destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and start a massacre. The void split open. Guizimo, who had escaped earlier, appeared again. The Taishang Wuji diagram floated above him. He hadn't left the Northern Barbarian State at all. He had been hiding in the Northern Barbarian State. The Taishang Immortal Sect and the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had old grudges that had accumulated over countless years. They had been hostile since the time of the Reincarnation Emperor. If the Reincarnation Immortal Sect didn't have the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, they would have been destroyed many times by the Taishang Immortal Sect. Now, the Taishang Immortal Sect had interfered with the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's matters. They wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. The Taishang Immortal Sect is too despicable. They're helping the myriad tribes against the forces of the 9 states. Many cultivators of the 9 states gritted their teeth in hatred. However, the Taishang Immortal Sect didn't care about this at all. Taishang Immortal Sect, you deserve to die. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said hatefully. Ha 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 ha, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect is about to be destroyed. It should be the Reincarnation Immortal Sect that deserves to die. Guizimo laughed loudly. The Blood-Winged Wolf clan Great Emperor also knew about the alliance between the myriad tribes and the Taishang Immortal Sect. He nodded and said, "All right, the Taishang Immortal Sect will hold back the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. After I destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, we'll attack together and suppress the Reincarnation Immortal Sect." As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood-Winged Wolf clan Great Emperor raised his right hand and slapped toward the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's sect-protecting array. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra swept out the Reincarnation Immortal Light to block the Blood-Winged Wolf clan Great Emperor's attack. However, at this moment, The Taishang Wuji diagram shook the void gently. The Taishang immortal light condensed and swept toward the reincarnation immortal light. The reincarnation immortal sutra's attack was blocked by the Taishang Wuji diagram. The Blood Great Emperor's attack fiercely struck the reincarnation immortal sect's sect-protecting array. Rumble. Chapter 2742. The Great Emperor's attack was too powerful. Although the grand protective formation of the Taishang immortal sect was powerful, it could not withstand the Great Emperor's attack. The Great Emperor of the Blood-Winged Heavenly Wolf Clan had already caused the grand protective formation of the reincarnation immortal sect to tremble. It would not take long for the grand protective formation of the reincarnation immortal sect to be destroyed. I'm afraid the reincarnation immortal sect will not be able to escape this calamity. Many disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect were in despair. Although he had long expected that he would fall in this chaotic world sooner or later, he had not expected this. However, when the day came, fear and uneasiness surged in their hearts. If they could live, who would want to die? However, the people of the Taishang immortal sect were attacking the reincarnation immortal sect with their immortal weapons. The disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect could not see any hope of survival. I'm afraid the reincarnation immortal sect will become history after today. Many cultivators of the 9 prefectures felt sad. The reincarnation immortal sect had always had a good reputation in the 9 prefectures. It was also one of the more influential forces in the 9 prefectures. Now that the reincarnation immortal sect was about to be destroyed, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures could not help but feel sad. Bang, bang, bang. The Great Emperor of the Blood-Winged Heavenly Wolf Clan continued to attack. He slammed his palms on the grand protective formation of the reincarnation immortal sect. The grand protective formation of the reincarnation immortal sect emitted cracking sounds as it began to crack. It would be completely destroyed soon. The Great Emperor of the Blood-Winged Heavenly Wolf Clan curled his lips into a cold smile. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, an impatient voice came from the barren mountain. "How dare you disturb my sleep? Leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell to meet your ancestors." After hearing this voice, many people were astonished. Who was this? How dare he be so impudent to a great emperor? Lord Turtle, it's Lord Turtle's voice. One of the cultivators who was watching the show said. The cultivators of the 10,000 races and the extraterrestrial races did not know much about Lord Turtle. However, all the cultivators of the 9 prefectures knew about him. Of course, the reputation that Master Tortoise left behind for the native cultivators of 9 regions was not a good reputation at all. The disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect were familiar with Lord Turtle's voice. When they heard Lord Turtle's voice, Lord Turtle's age was Lord Turtle's age. Lord Turtle was Lord Turtle's age. Great Emperor's cultivation base Turtle was Lord Turtle's Great Emperor was Great Emperor Immortal Great Emperor. Lord Turtle is a mortal sect, get out here. The Emperor of the Great Emperors be Great Great Emperor 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 to kill. Immortal sects Emperors Emperors Emperor Emperors Emperor Emperor. His voice was full of contempt for Lord Turtle. As a Great Emperor, the Blood-Winged Heavenly Wolf Clan's Great Emperor was naturally very arrogant. Young people really don't know how to behave. Emperor of the to be, Emperor to bees. You dare to flaunt your seniority in front of me? Do you know how you will die later? The Blood-Winged Heavenly Wolf Clan's Great Emperor had an indifferent expression. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. Scram as far as you can, and you can still live. If you don't, you'll die. Lord Turtle's voice turned cold. You're courting death. Lord Turtle's expression darkened. He raised his right hand and was about to strike the reincarnation immortal sect's great sect protecting array. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared before the Blood-Winged Heavenly Wolf Emperor. This figure was simply way too fast. It was so fast that the Blood-Winged Heavenly Wolf race's Great Emperor couldn't react in time. Lord Turtle appeared and reached for the Blood-Winged Wolf Great Emperor's head. The Blood-Winged Wolf Great Emperor's expression changed. He threw a punch at Lord Turtle. However, Lord Turtle was too fast. The blood-winged wolf Great Emperor did not react in time. Blood splattered everywhere. His head had already been taken off by Lord Turtle. How is this possible? Heavens! What did I just see? The surrounding cultivators roared in disbelief. They could not believe what they were seeing. That was a great emperor. No one knew how powerful and terrifying his cultivation was. But now, Lord Tortoise had actually plucked his head off. What kind of existence was Lord Turtle? How did he manage to pluck off the head of a great emperor so easily? It was too shocking, too inconceivable, too appalling. Run, run, run. Seeing this scene, Guazimo's face was filled with incomparable shock. He quickly shouted. The supreme infinite diagram wrapped around Guazimo and tore through the void to escape. Lord Turtle did not stop Guazimo and the supreme infinite diagram from escaping. Perhaps he did not want to make a move. Or perhaps he wanted to leave the supreme immortal sect for Lin Feng to deal with. No one knew what was going on in Lord Turtle's mind. With the blood-winged wolf Great Emperor's head in hand, Lord Turtle left the reincarnation immortal sect. From this day onward, Lord Turtle held the head of a great emperor and toured the 9 prefectures. If the myriad tribes dare to head to the northern barbarian state again, I'll kill them all. Lord Turtle was very domineering. Surrounded by holy light, he looked like an ancient saint emperor on patrol. His voice resounded throughout the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures were shaken. Lord Tortoise was holding the head of a great emperor. It was truly shocking. Lord Turtle went to the headquarters of the Stone Puppet King, the creatures of the Black Fog, the Otherworld, the Yazi, the extraterritorial races, and the myriad tribes. The group of great emperors did not dare to say a word when they saw Lord Turtle. No matter how powerful they were, they still felt insignificant in front of Lord Tortoise. That kind of feeling was really terrible, making them feel like they were going crazy. However, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction for fear of being killed by Lord Turtle. Lord Turtle's tour of the 9 prefectures shocked the world. In the end, Lord Turtle returned to the reincarnation immortal sect. However, the 9 prefectures was not peaceful. There's an expert of this level in the 9 prefectures? How can there be an expert of this level in the 9 prefectures? The great emperor of the ancient god clan was in disbelief. Great Emperor Xiexing said, "Fellow Taoist, are you saying that Lord Turtle is?" The great emperor of the ancient god clan took a deep breath and said, "Even if he's not far from it. Then what should we do?" Great Emperor Xiexing said with a gloomy expression, "Should we ask the first ancestors to join forces and kill Lord Turtle? If the first ancestors join forces, even if he's in existence of that level, won't he still be killed by the first ancestors?" Chapter 2743. Lin Feng did not know about the matters of the 9 prefectures because he had already entered the sea route to the Sky Martial Continent. Before entering the sea route, Lin Feng first went to the Snow Race's territory to take a look and stayed there for a day. Then, he went to the Snake Empress Heavenly Snake Empire and stayed there for 2 days. After that, he entered the sea route to the Sky Martial Continent. Now that the sea route to the Sky Martial Continent had been opened for many years, ships came and went, and it was very lively. Of course, there were still many dangers along the way. Not only did they have to guard against the sea race and the sea beasts, but they also had to guard against all kinds of dangers that might appear on the sea. For example, if the ship accidentally entered the sea route to the underworld while sailing on the sea, if they couldn't get out of the waterway, they would definitely die. The ancient ship Xianyuan sailed quickly on the sea. Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating. He still had a few powerful divine abilities that he had yet to comprehend. Naturally, he wanted to properly comprehend them. On this night, a gloomy aura filled the sea. The bright moon instantly disappeared. Above the sea, it was pitch black. At this moment, miserable screams came from the distance. It came from a huge fleet. A fleet that was heading to the 9 prefectures from the Sky Martial Continent. That fleet belonged to an alien race. On it were cultivators from the alien race who had descended on the Sky Martial Continent. Those cultivators had boarded the fleet to head to the 9 prefectures. Now, they seemed to have met with a calamity. Lin Feng was also alarmed. He walked out of the cabin with Du Zhu and the evil reverend saint. I wonder what's going on? Duzu frowned and said. The evil reverend saint said, I sensed a very terrifying evil aura. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said. The three of them drove the ancient ship Xinyuan towards the place where the miserable screams came from. Soon, they saw dozens of huge ships. The smell of blood permeated the air. Lin Feng and the other two flew out of the ancient ship Xinyuan and landed on a huge ship. The huge ship was covered in blood and countless corpses. Lin Feng checked the corpse of a cultivator and frowned. There were a few claw marks and teeth marks on the cultivator's body. The teeth marks were on the neck. It seems to have been bitten by a zombie demon. Lin Feng pointed at the victim's neck. The evil Dominator Saint was transformed from a powerful corpse demon. The so-called zombie, in layman's terms, meant zombie. Duzu and the evil Dominator Saint also checked the surrounding corpses and found that the way these corpses died was extremely similar. Could it be that there are many corpse imps here? Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, to be able to cause so many cultivators to die so quickly. If a zombie had really appeared here, the methods of those corpse imps were a little too terrifying. This was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng thought. The most important thing now was to leave this place as soon as possible, because this place was simply too dangerous. If he didn't leave quickly, he was afraid that something would happen. They didn't stop and quickly left. The next few days were peaceful, and nothing special happened on the sea. Lin Feng and the others saw some fleets. There were no problems with the fleets either. On this day, Lin Feng suddenly had a dream. He dreamed that he was lying on a wooden bench in an academy to rest. Suddenly, the demonic qi in the distance churned. In the demonic qi, a three-headed, six-armed demon god appeared. The demon god descended and woke him up. Then, the demon god said something to him, but Lin Feng couldn't understand what the demon god was saying. Then, the demon god left. When Lin Feng woke up, he couldn't help but frown. This dream was really too strange. He didn't know why he had such a strange dream. One had to know that powerful cultivators like them had extremely strong mental strength. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dream. Usually, if they dreamed, there would be some signs or warnings. But now, Lin Feng had such an extremely strange dream. Lin Feng didn't know what this dream meant. Lin Feng told the Demon Lord about this dream. Then, he asked, Demon Lord, what do you think this dream of mine is indicating? Are there any signs? The Demon Lord said, that's hard to say. The Demon Lord couldn't tell what was so special about Lin Feng's dream because it was too simple. There was nothing special in the dream. About 3 days later, Lin Feng had another dream. In the dream, he saw the three-headed, six-armed demon god again. But this time, the fiend god was in an extremely miserable state. 2 of his 3 heads had been chopped off. Out of the 6 arms, 3 of them had been torn off by someone. His heart had also been dug out by someone. The demon god came to Lin Feng and shouted something to Lin Feng. His expression was very anxious. I don't understand. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, not knowing what the demon god was saying. Finally, the demon god left. Lin Feng wanted to chase after the demon god, but the demon god was suddenly devoured by a crack in the void. His whereabouts were unknown. Lin Feng woke up from the dream. At this time, he found that his back was soaked in sweat. This is? Lin Feng reached out and touched the corners of his eyes. He found tears. I'm crying? Lin Feng frowned. In the dream, he was crying. Was he crying for that demon god? I don't know him. Why did I dream of him? What did he mean by what he said to me? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had too many doubts in his heart, but it was destined that no one would be able to answer them for him. On this night, 3 days later, a cold wind swept through the world. In the depths of the sea, endless thunderbolts condensed and formed. This was a lightning tribulation. Someone was going to undergo a tribulation. It's not a person. It's a nether spirit evil being. The evil sovereign saint said. What? A nether spirit evil being undergoing a tribulation? Nether spirits are naturally restrained by the power of lightning. How can they resist a lightning tribulation? Lin Feng said in disbelief. The evil sovereign saint said, it's as young master said. Ordinary nether spirits and evil beings definitely won't undergo a tribulation. However, there is a situation where they have no choice but to undergo a tribulation. Only by successfully undergoing a tribulation can they complete their transformation. If they fail, they're destined to die without a burial place. What situation? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He felt that the situation described by the evil sovereign saint was no small matter. Emperor Tribulation. If a nether spirit evil being wants to break through to the great Emperor realm, it has to undergo a tribulation. Once it succeeds, it will become a great emperor and regenerate its flesh and blood, rebuilding its body. Chapter 2744. Breaking through to the great emperor realm. It seems like this evil spirit is truly heaven-defying. I wonder what kind of existence it is. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. With such a terrifying existence undergoing tribulation, there was naturally no reason for them to continue staying here. If that existence succeeded, it would become a great emperor. At that time, it would be very troublesome. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw a huge island appear in front of them. Fleets came and went on the island, and it was very lively. The island was called Wangzhou Island. It was a place where cultivators gathered after the sea route from the Tianwu continent to the 9 prefectures was opened. There were all kinds of people on this island. There were cultivators of the human race, as well as the demon race, the devil race, the myriad races, the alien races, and so on. Therefore, it was very complicated. Furthermore, it was also very chaotic, and there were killings happening on the island every day. However, this island was surrounded by restrictions, so it was relatively safe compared to the outside world. Therefore, cultivators who came and went liked to rest on this island. In fact, there were many such places on the sea in recent years. They were all located on the sea route from the Tianwu continent to the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng and the other 2 boarded the island and prepared to rest for 2 to 3 days before setting off again. There were all kinds of shops on the island, including all kinds of entertainment places. For example, brothels, gambling dens, and so on. These places were all available. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint went to a more famous brothel when they had nothing to do. This brothel was called Extreme Joy Pavilion. The women here were all of high quality. They were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, music, and dancing. Naturally, the price was much more expensive than ordinary brothels. Of course, such a place emphasized elegance. Usually, they sold their skills and not their bodies. However, there was nothing absolute in this world. If one could afford the price, and the women here were moved, naturally, they could play the flute in front of the flowers. Boom! In the middle of the night, a terrifying aura came from the sea and instantly filled the entire island. Everyone was alarmed when they felt the terrifying aura. This aura was simply too terrifying. It was simply appalling. As soon as Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Holy Sage came out of the Extreme Joy Pavilion, they felt the terrifying aura. Their hearts were also filled with shock. What happened? The cultivators in the surroundings discussed animatedly. He was extremely shocked. Before long, a man with golden wings on his back flew above the island. He was like an immortal god, coldly glancing at the densely packed creatures on the island. Could they be from the Golden Wing clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. When he saw this man, he thought of the Golden Wing race. It had a pair of golden wings. He flapped his wings. It could split open 100,000 void worlds. It was abnormally terrifying. It's not the Golden Wing clan. It's the flying zombie. The evil dominator Saint said with a trembling voice. Zombies were a type of zombie, or rather, a type of zombie. He was from the same clan as the evil dominator Saint. So the evil dominator Saint could sense that man's aura. Lin Feng was shocked. No matter how he looked at it, that man didn't look like a zombie. The evil dominator Saint's body was as hard as stone, and his flesh was solidified. As for the man with the wings on his back, it was obvious that he was made of flesh and blood. At this moment, Lin Feng thought of the evil spirit that he saw a few days ago. The evil dominator Saint said that once an evil spirit broke through to the great emperor realm, It would be able to regenerate its flesh and blood and reconstruct its body. Could it be that this man in front of him was actually that evil spirit? When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. If this man with golden wings was really the evil spirit that was going through the tribulation, this meant that he had successfully transcended the tribulation. He was already at the Great Emperor realm. Although he didn't reveal his Great Emperor realm aura, his cultivation had definitely reached the Great Emperor realm. Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint had obviously thought of this as well. Du Zhu said, "Isn't it impossible to become an emperor in the 9 states? How did this guy break through to the Great Emperor realm?" Lin Feng said, "When the apocalypse arrives, the various worlds will change. The 9 states is the starting point of the various worlds. Since this person has successfully broken through to the Great Emperor realm, it seems that the 9 states has already undergone a great change." The evil Dominator Saint nodded and said, "That's right. The golden age of cultivation in the 9 states is probably coming soon." For the 9 states, this was a good thing, but also a bad thing. The reason why it was a good thing was that after the golden age of cultivation arrived, many great opportunities would appear. When the time came, many people would rise and even become emperors because of this. An existence like the Red World Fairy might become a great emperor. However, such a flourishing age would definitely attract even more extraterrestrial races and cultivators from the myriad races to the 9 provinces. For the 9 states, this naturally wasn't a good thing. Because when the time came, in order to compete for resources and territory, the 9 states would definitely fall into chaos. For the native forces of the 9 states, this would definitely be a disaster. "Who are you?" Dozens of people flew out from the depths of the island, and one of them asked coldly. The person who spoke was shrouded in divine light. He was a cultivator from the ancient God clan. This island was created by the experts of the ancient God clan and several other races. Who knows how much wealth these forces have accumulated over the years? The cultivator from the ancient God clan who spoke is called Shindao Kuan. He's a cultivator from the ancient God clan with the word Dao in his name. It's said that he's a boundary emperor who has reached the 33rd stone step. There are a few people beside him who are also boundary emperors. They are overseeing this place. Another cultivator said, "This cultivator gathering place was extraordinary. It had the backing of thousands of races. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to provoke it. My body needs a lot of fresh blood." The golden-winged man let out a sinister laugh. He opened his mouth and suddenly inhaled. A terrifying force enveloped the entire island. Many cultivators couldn't control the blood in their bodies. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Something terrifying happened. Countless cultivators' blood burst out of their bodies. All of them flew toward the golden-winged man. Those cultivators who had lost their blood instantly turned into dried corpses. They died on the spot. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The blood in his body was also restless. It looked like it was about to burst out of his body. "Run!" Countless people screamed in horror and tried to escape. However, no one could escape. A huge light barrier enveloped the entire island. Any cultivator who came into contact with the light barrier, their bodies exploded and their souls were destroyed. Chapter 2745. I'm a member of the ancient God clan. Our clan's great emperor is in the 9 states. You'd best stop now. Have you thought of the consequences if our clan's great emperor finds out? Shindao Kuan growled. The ancient God clan was the royal bloodline of tens of thousands of clans. They looked down on the world. Who would dare to offend the ancient God clan? If someone was foolish enough to offend the ancient God clan, only death would await them. Even now, they had encountered a terrifying existence like the golden-winged man. In Shindao Kuan's opinion, the golden-winged man would have to be wary of the ancient God clan. Ancient God clan? I know about this clan. I wonder how the blood of the ancient God clan tastes. I really want to taste the blood of the ancient God clan. The golden-winged man said sinisterly. He grabbed at the air. Instantly, a giant hand formed from energy. Crack. The hand grabbed Shindao Kuan's neck. Then, it grabbed Shindao Kuan. Shindao Kuan struggled violently, but after several attempts, he was unable to break free. "Spare me! Spare me! For the sake of the ancient god clan, spare my worthless life!" Shindao Kuan cried out in horror. Although Shindao Kuan didn't know the cultivation level of the Golden Winged Man, he knew that the Golden Winged Man didn't seem to fear the ancient god clan. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him, as long as he could survive. So what if he begged for mercy? It wouldn't be too late to take revenge after he escaped this calamity. However, the Golden Winged Man ignored Shindao Kuan's pleas. He broke Shindao Kuan's neck and devoured his blood. Shindao Kuan was a boundary emperor who had reached the 33rd step. He was such a terrifying existence. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Who on the island dared to fight the Golden Winged Man? Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art to suppress the blood that was about to burst out of his body. "Let's go." He looked at Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage, then rushed out of the island with the two. Many people touched the light barrier that sealed the island and suffered a calamity. Therefore, Lin Feng did not touch the light barrier directly. He took out the stone sword and slashed at the light barrier with the stone sword in his hand. The power of the stone sword was truly peerlessly terrifying. The sword slashed out. It was so powerful that it was shocking. That terrifying attack directly tore the light barrier apart. The Golden Winged Man in the distance was surprised to see this. He flicked his finger. Buzz. A terrifying beam of light shot out towards Lin Feng and the other two, intending to kill them. "Hurry up and get out," Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He waved his stone sword and slashed at the beam of light. Du Zhu and the evil dominator Saint quickly rushed out of the light barrier. The next moment, the stone sword collided with the beam of light shot out by the Golden Winged Man. Lin Feng immediately felt an earth-shattering power surging towards him. Crack! Crack! His corporeal body began to crumble. His body swelled up and was about to explode. Lin Feng's heart turned pale with fright. Was this the attack of a great emperor? A light attack could take his life. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death enveloping his body. It was a terrible feeling. Bloodline awakening. "I will not die," Lin Feng roared. Before his body exploded, Lin Feng activated the golden figure in his dantian. It was formed by the power of his ancestors' bloodline. The golden figure released a powerful force. It was the power that Lin Feng's ancestor had slumbered in his bloodline. It was supported by the power of his ancestors' bloodline. The power that the Golden Winged Man sent into Lin Feng's body was suppressed. Lin Feng's corporeal body that was about to explode gradually recovered. Swoosh! He quickly rushed out of the light barrier. This ant is quite interesting." The Golden Winged Man revealed a surprised expression. In his eyes, Lin Feng was indeed an ant. Without becoming a great emperor, everyone was an ant. In this world, not everyone was like the Red World Fairy, who could surpass a realm and defeat a great emperor. A person like the Red World Fairy was hard to come by in a billion years. Lin Feng and the others quickly ran away. They saw all the people on the island, no matter if they were men or women, old or young. All of them had been sucked dry by the Golden Winged Man. Lin Feng and the others quickly left. After flying for thousands of miles, they let out a sigh of relief. Time passed day by day. For a period of time, it was relatively peaceful. They did not encounter any great danger. "We've arrived at the Divine Ruined Sea," Du Zhu said. After passing through the Divine Ruined Sea, they would reach the Tianwu continent. 1 month later, the ancient starship Xinyuan finally passed through the Divine Ruined Sea. The Tianwu continent is finally back. Lin Feng took a deep breath. After traveling for so many years, he finally returned to the Tianwu continent. This was the feeling of a wanderer returning home. That was because he had family on the Tianwu continent. This was the place where he had grown up. It was also the place where he had started cultivating. There were many people and many things here that he could not let go of. Besides, this time, Lin Feng had come back for another purpose. Taking Shangguan Feier and the others away was one of them. Other than that, Lin Feng had always felt that it was a pity that he had not been able to enter the cold, scorching divine manor. He still remembered that there seemed to be a giant dragon trapped in the cold, scorching divine manor. Lin Feng planned to explore the cold, scorching divine manor again. He also wanted to go to the Godfall Cliff and other death zones to take a look. It was said that there were several death zones in the Tianwu continent that hid great secrets. Lin Feng was very interested in these secrets. Other than that, Lin Feng remembered that there was a cold pond in the demon race's territory in the southern prefecture. There was a huge abyss in the depths of the cold pond. That abyss was guarded by demon leeches. There was a powerful treasure in the abyss. He did not know what it was. Back then, his cultivation had not been high enough, so he did not have the ability to check it out. Lin Feng planned to go to the cold pond again. There were still many bandits in the sea region. Whether it was the 9 prefectures or the Tianwu continent, pirates ran rampant. The South Pole Immortal Island. The human forces in the southern sea region were also a gathering place for cultivators. In the past, this place was extremely lively. Now, it was in ruins. A force that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years was destroyed just like that. Lin Feng looked at the ruined South Pole Immortal Island and could not help but sigh. This made him feel sad. He had been here before. He had seen the prosperity of this place. Now, it was in ruins. There was a deathly silence, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of sorrow. Boom! At that moment, waves of terrifying aura spread out from the South Pole Immortal Island. Crack, crack. Following that, the entire South Pole Immortal Island began to crack. A beam of immortal light shot out from the cracked South Pole Immortal Island. Chapter 2746. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said and quickly rushed towards the depths of the South Pole Immortal Island. Immortal light soared into the sky. Something extraordinary must have appeared. Perhaps it was a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a burst of excitement. His speed was raised to the limit. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint followed closely behind. At this moment, a dazzling ball of light flew out. The ball of light was surrounded by immortal light, emitting shocking energy waves. When he felt the aura emitted from the ball of light, Lin Feng's face was filled with surprise. The aura was very pure and very powerful. It was very similar to the aura of immortal qi, but it was much purer than that. Lin Feng guessed that the ball of light should be a ball of immortal essence. The South Pole Immortal Island was an immortal Dao sect with a long history. Although the sect was destroyed, its treasury had been plundered clean. Perhaps there were precious things left behind. The ball of immortal essence was too fast. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint chased after it. The immortal essence gradually shook off Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. Only Lin Feng could catch up to the immortal essence. Lin Feng was astonished by the speed of the celestial original strength. Swoosh, Lin Feng's speed was raised to the limit. Finally, he caught up to the immortal essence. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed the immortal essence. The immortal essence surged with a terrifying wave, sending Lin Feng flying. Then, the immortal essence tore through the void and escaped. It's not as simple as an ordinary immortal essence. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. An ordinary immortal essence couldn't possibly send him flying. The ball of immortal essence flew above the South Sea world, emitting an aura that shook heaven and earth. Many people were alarmed. The South Pole Immortal Essence, a cultivator exclaimed. Back then, the South Pole Immortal Island was destroyed because of the South Pole Immortal Essence. A cultivator said, around 8 years ago, an alien race had descended upon the Sky Martial continent. Those alien races came to the South Pole Immortal Island and demanded the South Pole Immortal Source from the island master. The South Pole Immortal Source was rumored to be a treasure left behind by the South Pole Immortal Wang, who was once an immortal. He had lived on the South Pole Immortal Island for some years. However, the South Pole Immortal Island Master was unable to take out the South Pole Immortal Source. In the end, the alien race massacred the entire South Pole Immortal Island. From the Island Master to the ordinary odd job disciple, more than 200,000 people were all killed. The treasury of the South Pole Immortal Island was emptied. As for whether those alien races had obtained the South Pole Immortal Origin, the outside world had no idea. Now that the South Pole Immortal Origin had appeared, It seemed that those alien races had not been able to obtain it. Many cultivators chased after the South Pole immortal essence, wanting to obtain it. Lin Feng learned from some cultivators the reason why the South Pole Immortal Island was destroyed. He sighed. Perhaps the owner of the South Pole Immortal Island really didn't know where the South Pole Immortal source was. If he had known, he would have refined it himself long ago. He would not have kept the South Pole Immortal origin. Of course, from Lin Feng's point of view, the other party destroyed the South Pole Immortal Island. The South Pole Immortal origin was just an excuse. The South Pole Immortal Island had been in the South Sea world for so many years. The resources in the sea were incomparably rich. So who knew how many precious resources the South Pole Immortal Island had collected? The reason why the other party destroyed the South Pole Immortal Island was probably because they wanted to obtain the precious resources of the South Pole Immortal Island. As for the legend of the South Pole Immortal origin, it was just a legend. The alien races were powerful, and naturally were not something that the forces of the Sky Martial Continent could contend against. The forces of the Sky Martial Continent were destroyed, and countless people died miserably. Not only did it make people feel pity, it also made people feel anger and killing intent. Did these foreign forces really think that the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent could be killed as they wished? 3 days later, Lin Feng saw the South Pole Immortal origin again. This time, he condensed the formation pattern, sealing the void, sealing the South Pole Immortal origin. The speed of the South Pole Immortal origin greatly decreased. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed over and collected the South Pole Immortal origin. Ha 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 ha! Congratulations, young master, on obtaining the South Pole Immortal origin. Du Zhu and the evil Lord Saint went forward to congratulate him. When the other cultivators in the distance saw that Lin Feng had obtained the South Pole Immortal origin, they all had envious expressions. South. In the distance, a large number of cultivators flew over. They were all from the alien races. Those races were very strange. There were all kinds of people. There were stars, moons, and sun-like marks in between their eyebrows. This was their race's characteristic. So many times, these alien races were also called the Starry Sky race. About 10 alien races flew over, and then surrounded Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Lord Saint. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry came out. The blood clouds in the distance surged, and within the blood clouds, a huge blood eagle flew over. It's the Blood Eagle Noble. When they saw the Blood Eagle, many of the surrounding people's faces changed. The Blood Eagle Noble was a famous cultivator from the Blood Eagle race. This race could borrow the power of the Blood Star. The Blood Star was a star in the outer realm. The alien races could borrow the power of the star to increase their fighting strength. Their fighting strength was abnormally terrifying. The Blood Eagle Noble descended and turned into a young man. He wore a blood-red robe and was very handsome. His eyes emitted a demonic and cold light. In between his eyebrows, there was a blood star imprint. The Blood Eagle race was among the alien races that destroyed the South Pole Immortal Island. Someone said, when the South Pole Immortal Island was destroyed, it wasn't 1 or 2 alien races that attacked, but more than 10 alien races. The South Pole Immortal Island's wealth was shocking. Those alien races naturally wanted a share of the profits. So, they joined forces and destroyed the South Pole Immortal Island. They massacred the entire South Pole Immortal Island, and the seawater within 100 miles turned blood red. Hand over the South Pole Immortal origin, and I'll spare your life. The Blood Eagle Noble looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was a direct descendant of the Blood Eagle race. Outsiders didn't know his name, so they called him by his race's origin. This was the origin of the Blood Eagle Noble's name. The Blood Eagle Noble was talented and arrogant. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. He glanced at Lin Feng with disdain and ridicule. Lin Feng said indifferently, "A mere ant transformed from a blood eagle dares to be arrogant in front of me? Who gave you the guts? What is he saying?" The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with dumbfounded expressions. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such words. Who didn't know of the Blood Eagle Noble's reputation? In the Tianmu continent, who dared to offend him? Now, Lin Feng actually dared to humiliate him. Chapter 2747. The Blood Eagle Prince was arrogant and conceited. He did not expect that Lin Feng would actually dare to humiliate him. Thus, the Blood Eagle Prince was extremely furious at this moment. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. However, the Blood Eagle Prince was not sure of Lin Feng's background. In the Blood Eagle Prince's eyes, humans were cowardly, weak, and lowly. However, Lin Feng seemed to be different from other humans. Although the Blood Eagle Prince looked down on the humans of the Sky Martial Continent, he knew that in other places, such as some worlds outside the region, there were also some peak powers of the human race. There were some powers that even the Blood Eagle race could not afford to offend. Thus, the Blood Eagle Prince decided to first inquire about Lin Feng's identity. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and asked coldly, "Are you from the Sky Martial Continent?" "Yes," Lin Feng replied indifferently. Hearing that Lin Feng was a human cultivator of the Sky Martial Continent, the Blood Eagle Prince no longer had any fear. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said coldly, "A lowly human cultivator of the Sky Martial Continent dares to be so impudent in front of this prince. You really don't know how to write the word death. Do you know that the human cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent do not even have the qualifications to be this prince's slave?" The Blood Eagle Prince's attitude was incomparably arrogant. He did not place Lin Feng in his eyes at all. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a lowly cultivator. Furthermore, the Blood Eagle Prince had the qualifications to do so. He was at the 5th layer of the giant god realm. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent, there was no one who could match him. No one was his opponent. This was also the reason why the Blood Eagle young master was so arrogant. Lin Feng said indifferently, "To put it bluntly, you are just a bird. Normally, you are just a side dish. Who gave you the courage to be so self-righteous?" The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded, because in their eyes, Lin Feng was getting more and more ridiculous. He did not place the Blood Eagle Prince in his eyes at all. The Blood Eagle Prince was such a powerful figure. How could he swallow such humiliation? Moreover, young Master Blood Eagle had an extremely brutal character. Back when he besieged the South Pole Immortal Island, he had killed countless cultivators of the South Pole Immortal Island. All these years, young noble Blood Eagle had made a name for himself in the South Sea because of his bloody methods, which had intimidated too many cultivators. "This little brother is too impulsive. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death today," some cultivators sighed. These cultivators who felt sorry for Lin Feng were all cultivators from the Sky Martial Continent. Currently, the status of cultivators in the Tianwu continent was very low. All kinds of resources had been monopolized by the myriad races, alien races, and other external forces. It was very difficult for the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent to obtain cultivation resources, so the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent were in a difficult situation. On top of that, many of the native powers of the Sky Martial Continent had been exterminated by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, or other external powers. As a result, the power of the Sky Martial Continent declined rapidly. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were mostly from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, or other foreign races. The cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent were only a small portion of them. "This guy is dead for sure. I just don't know how young Master Blood Eagle will torture him." A native of the Sky Martial Continent actually dares to humiliate young Master Blood Eagle. He is simply courting death. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external powers all looked at Lin Feng as though they were looking at a dead man. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Lin Feng had no choice but to die. "Capture this brat. This young master wants to slice off his flesh piece by piece." Young Master Blood Eagle's face was filled with cold killing intent. He had the intention to kill Lin Feng. Now, he ordered the people around him to take action against Lin Feng. "Yes, young master." Immediately, 2 extraterritorial race cultivators pounced towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. "Who do you think you are? You dare to jump around in front of our young master?" Duzu sneered and wanted to make a move. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "You don't have to make a move. These extraterritorial race bullied my Sky Martial Continent's human race. Today, I will kill these people until they tremble in fear. I will make these people kneel on the ground and beg for mercy when they see me in the future." Lin Feng waved his hand, and the purgatory demonic spear appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and pierced out with his spear twice. Puff, puff. Following that, 2 spear lights flew out and pierced through the chests of 2 extraterritorial race cultivators. The 2 extraterritorial race cultivators' chests were pierced, and they died on the spot. So powerful? Many people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Feng to be so tyrannical. He actually killed 2 extraterritorial race cultivators in seconds. It seemed like he was also a high-level deity realm cultivator. There were very few extraterritorial race cultivators of this level in the Sky Martial continent. Little brother, leave quickly. That young Master Blood Eagle is a giant god. You will be at a disadvantage if you fight him. Where there is life, there is hope. Some extraterritorial race cultivators transmitted messages to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would leave quickly. He should not fight with these people. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of ants. Lin Feng replied. That extraterritorial race cultivator was shocked. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Feng did not seem like an impulsive and reckless person. He had already pointed out young Master Blood Eagle's cultivation. Lin Feng still had an indifferent expression. Could it be, as he said, that young Master Blood Eagle was just an ant? If that was the case, then what was this young master's cultivation? Thinking of this, that extraterritorial race cultivator could not help but become excited. Courting death, all of you, go and capture him alive. Seeing that 2 of his subordinates were killed by Lin Feng, young Master Blood Eagle immediately roared in anger. There were hundreds of experts beside him, all of whom were extraterritorial race cultivators. The weakest among them was at the heavenly god realm. Now that these experts had received young Master Blood Eagle's orders, all of them charged towards Lin Feng. There are too many people. Many ants can bite an elephant to death. Although that young master's cultivation is extraordinary, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Facing the siege of so many experts, I'm afraid he won't have the strength to resist. Some extraterritorial race cultivators looked at Lin Feng with worry. These extraterritorial race cultivators saw that the Sky Martial continent's human race had finally produced an expert like Lin Feng. Naturally, they did not wish for Lin Feng to die here. Young Master Blood Eagle is angry. That brat will not be able to escape. The extraterritorial race, and extraterritorial race cultivators all looked at Lin Feng indifferently. The Sky Martial continent belongs to the Sky Martial continent's cultivators, not you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. At this moment, everyone saw that Lin Feng was holding a war spear, like an unparalleled demon god. He took a step forward. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. Those extraterritorial race cultivators who charged towards Lin Feng, one by one, their bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Chapter 2748. Isn't this too terrifying? Who is this young master? What exactly is his cultivation base? The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were all excited. All these years, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent had been extremely sullen, to the point that they could not even raise their heads. Now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, they were all extremely excited. Previously, Lin Feng had already said that he was a cultivator of the Sky Martial continent. It was just that no one knew who Lin Feng was. Lin Feng had already left the Sky Martial continent for more than 10 years. Back then, Lin Feng was famous in the Sky Martial continent. However, there were only a few cultivators who had seen Lin Feng before. All these years, the Sky Martial continent was in chaos. Those cultivators who had seen Lin Feng had either died or left. The number of cultivators who had seen Lin Feng in the Sky Martial continent was even fewer. Furthermore, Lin Feng's sphere of influence was in the Eastern Sea, not the Southern Sea. Thus, it was even more impossible for the cultivators of the Southern Sea world to recognize Lin Feng. As for the cultivators of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other cultivators, they naturally did not recognize them. They had always been in the Sky Martial continent and had never been to the 9 prefectures. If they had been to the 9 prefectures, although they might not recognize Lin Feng, they would at least have heard of Lin Feng's name. But now, Lin Feng was a complete stranger in their eyes. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Furthermore, this person was a cultivator of the sky martial continent. His strength was tyrannical, and he was decisive in killing. This caused the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other cultivators to all have serious expressions. Who exactly are you? Blood Eagle Prince's expression became gloomy. The fighting strength that Lin Feng had displayed was something that even he could not do. Blood Eagle Prince knew that he had met an expert today. His face was extremely gloomy because he knew that if he was not careful today, he might die here. The person who will kill you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Holding the Purgatory Demon Spear, he walked towards Blood Eagle Prince. He was simply too powerful. He directly said that he wanted to kill Blood Eagle Prince. There were no more words. The quasi-emperor experts of my clan are overseeing the South Sea world. If you kill me, you will also die. Young Master Blood Eagle threatened. Even if a quasi-emperor comes, I'll still kill him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his voice was ice-cold. He stepped forward and pierced through the void with his spear. He ignored the quasi-emperor experts of the Blood Eagle race and was incomparably arrogant. However, the surrounding cultivators had a very strange feeling. They felt that Lin Feng was not boasting. They felt that Lin Feng might really have the strength to kill the Blood Eagle race's quasi-emperor. Whoosh! Young Master Blood Eagle quickly flew into the distance. He wanted to escape. When he saw Lin Feng kill so many alien race cultivators with his aura, he was shocked. His confidence had completely collapsed, and he no longer had the courage to fight with Lin Feng. Now, young Master Blood Eagle only wanted to escape quickly. After escaping, he would bring out the experts of the Blood Eagle race. At that time, he would capture Lin Feng and torture Lin Feng as much as he wanted to torture Lin Feng. The ideal was beautiful. The reality was cruel. Although young Master Blood Eagle's speed was very fast, he couldn't be compared with Lin Feng. Swish! A light flashed in the void. Lin Feng stepped out of the void. He shuttled through the void. He blocked young Master Blood Eagle's path. Go to hell! Lin Feng's voice was cold, and the spear in his hand directly pierced towards young Master Blood Eagle. Blood Thunder cut. Young Master Blood Eagle roared. He opened his mouth. He directly spat out a ball of blood-colored thunder power. The power of that ball of blood-colored thunder power was extremely terrifying. It could be described as destroying heaven and earth. The blood-colored thunder power turned into a ray of lightning and slashed towards Lin Feng. However, it was directly pierced through by the Purgatory Demon Spear in Lin Feng's hand. Puff! In the next moment, the sound of a body being pierced came out. The spear in Lin Feng's hand directly pierced through young Master Blood Eagle's chest. He held the spear with one hand, and his right hand suddenly shook. Young Master Blood Eagle's body directly exploded. Young Master Blood Eagle died on the spot. Young Master Blood Eagle is also dead. He is an expert of the giant god realm, but he couldn't even take a single move. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The fighting strength that Lin Feng displayed shocked everyone. Do you think that there is no one in my sky martial continent? I will wait for the cultivators from the extraterritorial races above the ruins of the South Pole Immortal Island. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. Lin Feng's voice was cold. His words could be said to be incomparably arrogant. He looked askance at the extraterritorial races, revealing a cold, killing intent. The cultivators of the sky martial continent all felt their blood boiling. For so many years, they had been humiliated. They had been suppressed by the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign cultivators to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. Now, the Tianwu continent had finally produced a peak powerhouse. This made the cultivators of the sky martial continent feel a sense of exaltation. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign saint left. Very quickly, Lin Feng's arrogant and domineering words spread throughout the South Sea world. Truly ignorant and foolish. Do you really think that by killing young Master Blood Eagle, you can contend against the extraterritorial races? There are countless experts in our extraterritorial races, and there are even great emperors overseeing them. This person dares to provoke our extraterritorial races. Just wait and see. He will be killed very soon." The extraterritorial race cultivators sneered. They did not place Lin Feng in their eyes. They felt that Lin Feng's provocation of the extraterritorial races was like dancing on a sword. This matter spread like wildfire. Many cultivators quickly headed towards the South Pole Immortal Island, including the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign cultivators. They all headed towards the South Pole Immortal Island, because they knew that the experts of the extraterritorial races would definitely not let this matter rest. If Lin Feng really stayed on the ruins of the South Pole Immortal Island, at that time, there would definitely be a battle. The once prosperous South Pole Immortal Island had long become history. Walking among the dilapidated palaces, Lin Feng could not help but sigh in his heart. There was no immortal force in this world. Back then, when he had just come into contact with the outside world, he only felt that a force like the South Pole Immortal Island was like a giant, high and mighty. But now, he could already look down on many experts of the Sub-Emperor realm, and the South Pole Immortal Island had become a cloud of the past. The main hall had not collapsed yet, and there was a large formation protecting the main hall. "Help me guard the pass," Lin Feng said. He planned to refine the South Pole Immortal Source and perhaps achieve a breakthrough. "Yes, young master." Du Zhu and the Evil Lord Saint responded. Lin Feng entered the main hall to refine the South Pole Immortal Source. Du Zhu and the Evil Lord Saint guarded outside, preventing anyone from approaching. Lin Feng devoured the South Pole Immortal Source. The South Pole Immortal Source turned into the purest energy and poured into his body. 3 days later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. This time, he had obtained huge benefits from refining the South Pole Immortal Source. Chapter 2749. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant, but the cultivators who saw Lin Feng's attack didn't think so. Lin Feng was indeed too powerful. If Lin Feng didn't have the strength to say these words, many people would scoff at him. But now, the surrounding cultivators felt that Lin Feng's words were full of boundless dominance. It made their blood boil and their battle intent surge. "Kid, no matter how strong you are, even if you have the combat strength of a heaven-defying monster, do you think you can defeat the 12 of us?" Gongyang Canry's voice was extremely cold. Among the 12 boundary emperors, the weakest 4 were those who reached the 20th, 23rd, 24th, and 26th stone steps. The remaining 8 people were quasi-emperor realm cultivators who had reached the 34th, 39th, 41st, 48th, 55th, 59th, 61st, and 65th stone steps respectively. Apart from Gongyang Canry, the other boundary emperor who reached the 60th stone step was called Wang Mushan. He was from the Stellar Rahula clan. The Stellar Rahula clan was an extremely powerful clan among the extraterrestrial races. They had a long history and had countless experts. Therefore, among the 12 boundary emperors, 2 of them were top experts who had reached the 60th stone step. The 12 boundary emperors naturally didn't fear Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the black flame bow and took out the infernal demon spear. With the infernal demon spear in hand, he walked toward the 12 boundary emperors and said coldly, "Killing all of you is a piece of cake." Lin Feng's words were extremely arrogant. The 12 boundary emperors were top experts after all. When they joined forces, their combat strength would be even more terrifying. But now, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were so weak. Many people muttered, "Is Lin Feng really that powerful? Kill him." Gongyang Canry couldn't help but shout coldly. He took the lead to condense a divine ability and attacked Lin Feng. Gongyang Canry's divine ability was called Great Sun Destroys the World. He condensed a great sun. That sun seemed to be able to burn the sky and boil the sea. Its power was unimaginably terrifying, and it directly suppressed Lin Feng. Star Gathering Hand, Sky-Breaking Technique of Flowing Clouds, Void Samsara Slash, Divine Art of Withering Solitude, Heavenly Tao God-Shattering Palm, 6 Paths of Destruction, Buddha's Angry Immortal Fist, Great Devil Vajra Fist, Flying Leaves Technique, Godly Slaughter Fist, Nirvana Heaven Art, The 12 quasi-emperors unleashed their powerful divine abilities one after another towards Lin Feng. Every single one of them was a top-notch ability passed down from their respective races, and they were all extraordinarily powerful. When the 12 quasi-emperors attacked together, the destructive power of these remarkable abilities was naturally very shocking. Facing the attacks of the 12 quasi-emperors, Lin Feng had an indifferent expression. He immediately used magic immunity, and when the opponent's attack landed on his body, he was immediately hit by the attack. The magic power immunity immediately blocked the attacks of the 12 quasi-emperors. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Those were the joint attacks of the 12 quasi-emperors, and they couldn't even break through Lin Feng's defense. Lin Feng's defense was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? Swoosh. At this moment, Lin Feng's figure swayed, and as if he had teleported, he appeared in front of a quasi-emperor. The battle spear in his hand directly pierced through the void, and pierced through the chest of that quasi-emperor. How dare you? The other 11 quasi-emperors couldn't help but roar in anger. Lin Feng didn't care about those people at all, and the battle spear in his hand was as fast as lightning. And that quasi-emperor wanted to dodge, but it was already too late for him to dodge Lin Feng's attack. There was a piercing sound. The battle spear in Lin Feng's hand instantly pierced through that quasi-emperor's chest. Then, Lin Feng's right hand shook. Bang! That quasi-emperor's physical body directly exploded. Then, Lin Feng grabbed his opponent's soul with his hand. The attack just now didn't destroy his opponent's soul, but only his physical body. Ha 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 ha! The soul of a quasi-emperor is quite good. Just right to throw it into the ghost raising jar and feed 2 ghost emperors. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The second ghost emperor had been born, but the 2 ghost emperors had their own consciousness, and Lin Feng couldn't subdue them for now. However, this didn't stop Lin Feng from making the 2 ghost emperors stronger. In the future, he would definitely be able to subdue the 2 ghost emperors. No. I'd rather die than become food for the ghost emperors. A terrified cry came from that soul. Becoming food for the ghost emperors, bit by bit, being devoured by the ghost emperors. It was a fate worse than death. Lin Feng didn't care at all about this quasi-emperor's soul begging for mercy. He threw this quasi-emperor's soul into the ghost-raising jar. Now it's your turn. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he locked onto his second target and quickly attacked. Take out your Dharma treasures and kill him, Gongyang Canry shouted in a deep voice. He saw that the runes that appeared on Lin Feng's body could be immune to their divine ability attacks. Gongyang Canry thought of the Great Immunity Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Das. The Great Immunity Technique recorded in the Great Immunity Technique was to be immune to divine ability attacks. Since that was the case, he would use his Dharma treasures. The Dharma immunity rune could be immune to divine ability attacks, but it definitely couldn't be immune to Dharma treasure attacks. Swish, 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 the burst of light flashed. The remaining 11 quasi-emperor experts all took out their Dharma treasures. They controlled their Dharma treasures to attack Lin Feng. The moon-breaking sword shattered the void and slashed toward Lin Feng. The meteor hammer streaked across the sky and smashed toward Lin Feng. The star dough hammer shattered the sky and swept toward Lin Feng. The dragon blood axe split heaven and earth and slashed toward Lin Feng. Fire dragon saber, god-slaying ruler, and other Dharma treasures were all taken out and locked onto Lin Feng, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. The 11 quasi-emperors looked indifferent, as if they had already seen the scene of Lin Feng being killed. Heaven-devouring jar. At this moment, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar, which was a supreme treasure forged by the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Although this supreme treasure had lost its attacking power because it was incomplete, it could still devour all the supreme treasures in the world. After Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar, it suddenly sucked in. The 11 powerful Dharma treasures were all directly devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. Then, the heaven-devouring jar forcibly wiped out the spiritual connection between the 11 quasi-emperors and their Dharma treasures. The 11 quasi-emperors suffered a backlash, and their faces turned pale. Chi into 3 pure ones. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, activated his divine ability, and split into 3. This qi into 3 pure ones was a divine ability that was comprehended from the chant passed down by Yuan Qing Taoist master. Once used, Lin Feng could split into 3 for a short period of time. The 3 Lin Feng held the Purgatory Fiend Spear, the Black Dragon Sword, and the 5 Dragon Wheel respectively and attacked the 3 Quasi-Emperors. Poof, poof, poof. The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The 3 Quasi-Emperors were killed directly. Chapter 2750. 4 of the 12 Boundary Emperors had been killed by Lin Feng. The rest of the Boundary Emperors were scared out of their wits. Even the 2 Boundary Emperors who had crossed the threshold of the 60th step felt a deep sense of fear in their hearts at this moment. Lin Feng was simply too heaven-defying. Even they were far from Lin Feng's ability. If Lin Feng was only 1 Boundary Emperor, they might be able to fight to the death with him. But now, Lin Feng had split into 3. This method was simply too heaven-defying. Could it be the 1 qi into 3 pure ones? A cultivator said as he thought of an ancient divine ability. This was the inheritance of Taoism. A breath of primordial qi. 3 sacred venerables. 3 pure ones controlled billions of das. All the worlds in the universe were at peace. This was a chant passed down from Taoism. It talked about the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. A ball of primordial qi born from heaven and earth turned into 3 sacred venerables. These 3 sacred venerables were the so-called 3 pure ones. They were Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, Heavenly Lord Lingbao, and Heavenly Lord Daoda. Of course, it was not clear if these rumors were true, but the 1 qi into 3 pure ones was passed down. This was one of the most ancient and powerful divine abilities of Taoism. Who is this person? He has even learned this legendary divine ability. Countless people were puzzled. Not only the myriad races, but also the foreign cultivators were puzzled. Even the cultivators of the Tianwu continent were extremely puzzled. They wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng seemed to have appeared out of thin air, shocking the world. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The 3 Lin Feng's epic dominance, White Tiger dominance, and Supreme Dominance were displayed at the same time. It was equivalent to 9 types of dominance stacked together. The magnetic field formed also became many times more terrifying than before. Now, it could not be said that Lin Feng was invincible under the Great Emperor realm. But at the very least, it was very difficult for anyone to be a match for Lin Feng. Even those heaven-defying geniuses could not. Unless those heaven-defying heaven realm experts were much stronger than Lin Feng, they might be able to suppress Lin Feng. If they were heaven-defying geniuses who were at the same level as Lin Feng was confident that he could kill them instantly. Lin Feng could no longer be described as heaven-defying. When the magnetic field formed by the 9 domineering auras enveloped the area, bang, 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 the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. The 3 weaker quasi-emperors could not withstand the magnetic field formed by the 9 types of tyrannical qi stacked together. As a result, he suffered a calamity. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were so scared that their bodies trembled. Wasn't this too terrifying? His aura was oppressive. He had actually killed 3 quasi-emperor level experts. This was simply too shocking to hear. Spare me, spare me. There were still 5 quasi-emperors who had not fallen, but they were now trapped by the magnetic field and could not escape. All of them looked at Lin Feng in horror. Their faces were full of pleading, hoping that Lin Feng would let them live. They had never been so desperate before, and they were facing such a young human cultivator. However, Lin Feng's strength made their souls tremble. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Have you ever thought of sparing the lives of those people from the South Pole Immortal Island? Did the South Pole Immortal Island offend you? Hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered by you, and the surrounding 100 miles turned into a sea of blood. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Do you really think the humans of the Tianwu continent can be killed by you at will? Then you are gravely mistaken. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand and slashed down. Heads were chopped off one by one, and blood splattered everywhere. The corpses of the 5 quasi-emperors all fell down. Lin Feng threw their souls into the ghost-raising jar. He let them taste endless pain before they died. Then, Lin Feng dissipated the other two bodies. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint, and then walked into the distance. Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint followed closely behind. Everyone opened a path for Lin Feng, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of reverence, as if they were looking at a god. The killing of 13 quasi-emperors from the extraterritorial races in the South Sea world was naturally impossible to hide. Soon, this news spread throughout the Tianwu continent, causing a huge uproar. It's a human cultivator and a native of the Tianwu continent. He's extremely powerful. He killed Xue Wuzhong on the ruins of the South Pole Immortal Island, then went to Kanglan Island to kill the other 12 quasi-emperors and more than 2,000 experts from the extraterritorial races. Basically, the extraterritorial race cultivators who destroyed the South Pole Immortal Island were all killed by him. Does this person have something to do with the South Pole Immortal Island? Is he taking action this time to avenge the dead human cultivators of the South Pole Immortal Island? I'm not sure about that, but with such a powerful cultivator appearing in the human race, I'm afraid the Tianwu continent will be stirred up again. The entire Tianwu continent was in a state of turmoil because of this matter. The cultivators of the Tianwu continent were naturally elated. However, the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign cultivators were not in a good mood. They were all invaders. Naturally, they did not want the native cultivators of the Tianwu continent to have an expert. This was a huge threat to them. A month later, Lin Feng arrived in the East region. This was a region of the Tianwu continent near the East Sea. Currently, the East region was barren for thousands of miles, like a ghost town. Compared to the prosperous Eastern region of the past, it was a strong contrast. Boom! A violent fluctuation came from afar. This was the fluctuation of magic power. Cultivators were fighting. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. Soon, they saw the two sides of the battle. It was a group of myriad races cultivators. There were about 300 of them, surrounding more than 100 human cultivators. The myriad races cultivators were tyrannical as they surrounded and attacked the human cultivators. Human cultivators were constantly being killed. Yinqing. Lin Feng saw one of the human cultivators and was stunned. He had some impression of this person. In the past, Lin Feng had met his sister, Yin Ruyu, a few times. Yin Ruyu was one of the top 10 beauties of the East region back then and was known as the Twin Pearls with Hua Qinjiao. Furthermore, the Yin family was the royal family of the East region's Ao Lai country. Yin Ruyu was the princess of Ao Lai country, and Yin Qing was the prince of Ao Lai country. After not seeing each other for so many years, he never thought that he would see Yin Qing here. Furthermore, Yin Qing was being besieged by the myriad races cultivators. Lin Feng and the other two flew over. Kill them, Lin Feng said indifferently. Yes, young master. The poison ancestor and the evil dominator saint responded and joined the battle. Du Zhu had long since recovered his quasi-emperor realm. The evil sovereign saint had also broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 2751. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the matters of our myriad races? Are you tired of living? A myriad races cultivator shouted angrily, his killing intent overflowing. These myriad races cultivators had always been high and mighty in the 9 prefectures. This was the first time they had seen someone who dared to take the initiative to attack or even kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Lin Feng had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, and his voice was filled with cold killing intent. Among these people, only the leading cultivator was at the heavenly god realm. The rest were all at the divine fire realm. This kind of cultivation was naturally no threat to Du Zhu and the evil supremacy saint. Not long after, the group of myriad races cultivators were all killed. Thank you for saving our lives, young master. Yin Qing hurried forward to thank him. Yin Qing's cultivation had already broken through to the void god realm, and the cultivators around Yin Qing were all at the deity realm, and there was even a heavenly god realm cultivator. It seemed that the change of heaven and earth might have started from the Sky Martial continent. Then, it spread from the Sky Martial continent to the 9 prefectures. Then, With the 9 prefectures' great world as the starting point, it spread to the various worlds. Do you still remember who I am? Lin Feng looked at Yin Qing and said. Previously, Yin Qing did not dare to look at Lin Feng carefully. Now that he heard Lin Feng's words, he could not help but be slightly stunned. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. He felt that Lin Feng was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Yin Qing's mind. Back then, at the 10,000 Flower Hall's gathering of geniuses, Lin Feng had appeared. He followed beside Sikong Jiayue. Later on, the Sky Martial continent was in chaos, and Lin Feng rose to prominence. He even became the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army, leading the East Sea Cultivator Army to fight against the Heavenly Demon Army. Lin Feng's reputation could be said to be known by everyone. Yin Qing had seen Lin Feng twice, but he had never spoken to Lin Feng. Many years had passed. Memories surged in his mind. He looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, Lin Gongzi, I heard that you went to the 9 prefectures, but I didn't expect you to come back. Lin Feng nodded and said, I just returned from the 9 provinces. How did you offend these cultivators? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yin Qing hurriedly said, it was a person called Saint Devil Prince from the Wan tribe. He took a fancy to our family's ancestral magic treasure, the immortal AO sword. It's a top-notch quasi-emperor weapon that's close to being an emperor weapon. If it's refined by a peerless expert, it might become a true emperor weapon. When Saint Devil Prince heard about it, he sent people over. In just one night, more than 10,000 people of our Aolai immortal country were slaughtered. Hearing Yin Qing's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Aolai Ancient Capital was a famous ancient capital in the eastern region. At its peak, it had a population of more than 1 billion. However, after the Heavenly Demon Rebellion, the 72 prefectures in the north were filled with corpses. Aolai State was also affected. Countless people died tragically. Later on, Lin Feng led the East Sea Cultivator Army and fought against the heavenly demons, gradually recovering the 72 prefectures in the north. The 72 prefectures that were originally abandoned were rebuilt and gradually regained their vitality. Aolai Ancient Capital was also rebuilt. It's just that after so many years, it still hasn't recovered its vitality. This time, more than 100 million people in Aolai Ancient Capital were slaughtered. Such a huge massacre caused Lin Feng's heart to be filled with endless killing intent. Yin Qing continued, this Saint Devil Prince reared a sky-splitting concave. It's said that the sky-splitting concave is a desolate beast that needs to devour large amounts of flesh and blood every day. Saint Devil Prince has already slaughtered 36 cities. The people who died are all food for the sky-splitting concave. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt that the killing intent in his chest could no longer be suppressed. How many people were there in 36 cities? They were actually killed by this person and fed to a beast. He completely treated human lives as grass. It was as if the Sky Martial continent had returned to a dark era in history. At that time, the human race was weak, including the 9 prefectures. The human race was enslaved by the myriad races. They were worse than livestock. The myriad races could slaughter the human race however they wanted. They could humiliate the human race however they wanted. What was the difference between the current Sky Martial continent and the Sky Martial continent of the Dark Era? The human race was reduced to slaves. They were bullied and killed, but they didn't have the power to resist. Thus, the great change in the world was a disaster for the Sky Martial continent and the 9 prefectures. Where's your elder sister, Yin Ruyu? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He thought of Yin Ruyu, that top-quality beauty, and wondered how she was doing. My elder sister escaped in another direction. I don't know what's the situation now, Yin Qing said. Lin Feng continued asking, do you know where that Saint Devil Prince lives? Lin Feng asked. Saint Devil Prince built a Saint Devil City. He currently lives in the Saint Devil City. The Saint Devil City is a place where the myriad races, alien races, and foreign cultivators gather. Yin Qing said, all right, bring me to the Saint Devil City to take a look. Lin Feng said, young master, please follow me. Yin Qing said as he led the way, flying in the direction of the Saint Devil City. The Saint Devil City was huge and bustling. When Lin Feng and the rest entered the Saint Devil City, the originally noisy Saint Devil City quieted down. There were human cultivators in the Saint Devil City. However, those human cultivators were all captured as slaves. Since when did humans dare to strut around the streets of the holy demon city so openly? Thus, many people found it inconceivable. Reckless fool, do you think the Saint Devil City is a place you can casually barge into? A myriad race cultivator sneered. He was from the Berserk Devil Giant race. The Berserk Devil Giant race was very special. Their bloodline could go berserk. Once they went berserk, their battle prowess would increase greatly. The Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator sent a palm strike toward Lin Feng. Lowly human cultivator, how dare you barge into the Saint Devil City? You're courting death. Ha 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 ha. Do you think that kid will be smashed into meat paste with a single slap? Many cultivators laughed out loud. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lin Feng to withstand the terrifying attack of the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator. Seeing that the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng made his move. He raised his right hand and gently swiped in the air. A sword chi shot out, slashing towards the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator. When the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator felt the power of the sword chi, his expression suddenly changed. He threw a punch at the sword chi that was slashing towards him, but it was too late. The sword chi that Lin Feng slashed out was simply too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator. A poochie sound was heard. Blood splattered as the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator was split into two by Lin Feng on the spot. Chapter 2752. The Berserk Devil Giant race was a royal race among the myriad races. Therefore, this race was extremely powerful. Now, this Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator was actually killed by Lin Feng in an instant. The surrounding cultivators were unable to react in time. Brat, you actually dare to commit murder in the holy demon city. You're courting death. Attack together. Kill these people. The cultivators of the myriad races in the holy demon city, the foreign races, and some other foreign cultivators all shouted coldly. The holy demon city was where the cultivators from all three sides gathered, unless they were slaves of the human race. Or else, humans were not allowed to enter. Now, Lin Feng had led a group of human clan cultivators into the holy demon city, and even killed the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator in the holy demon city. Wasn't this provoking the cultivators of the holy demon city? Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Killing one won't be a loss. Killing two will still be a gain. Yin Qing took out his weapon and gritted his teeth as he looked at the densely packed myriad races, and foreign cultivators. These people had wreaked havoc in the Sky Martial continent, and in these years, the population of the Sky Martial continent had shrunk rapidly. Not even a tenth of the original population was left. A group of people had died during the demonic upheaval. However, the demonic upheaval did not harm the foundation of the Sky Martial continent. It was after these myriad races cultivators, and foreign cultivators descended on the Sky Martial continent. The Sky Martial continent had truly been injured. A large number of Sky Martial continent cultivators and even ordinary people were massacred. Corpses littered the ground, and it was simply like purgatory on earth. Now, Aoi ancient capital had not escaped such misfortune. Many of Yin Qing's family members had died tragically. His hatred for the myriad races, the alien races, and the foreign powers could not be described with words. Kill, kill, kill. 20 years later, you will be a hero again. The 100 cultivators beside Yin Qing also had bloodshot eyes. They were not afraid of fighting. Their relatives were basically all in Aoi ancient capital, but they had all died tragically. The hatred in their hearts could not be washed away by the water of the four seas. Everyone's heart was filled with killing intent. Brothers, there's no need to be so agitated. It's just a bunch of cats and dogs. What do you think? I'll teach them a lesson. Du Zhu said calmly. Go to hell. After hearing Du Zhu's arrogant words, many cultivators of the Saint Demon City rushed towards Du Zhu. Since Du Zhu dared to look down on them, How could the cultivators of the holy demon city swallow this insult? Spirit of poison, spirit of poison. At this time, Duzu began to use his ultimate move. Endless amounts of poison gushed out from his body. How did the name Duzu come about? It was because this guy was most proficient in the art of poison. Duzu's poison techniques were unparalleled. Even without any highly toxic ingredients, even if there was only air around him, Duzu could change the composition of the air and turn it into highly toxic air. This was what made Duzu so terrifying. Now, Duzu's cultivation had recovered to the quasi-emperor realm and was even more refined than before. His methods were even more terrifying and bizarre. The poison released by Duzu gave birth to numerous spirits of poison. These spirits of poison were condensed from the essence of poison. Any cultivator who came into contact with these spirits of poison would immediately die. The poison spread out. The cultivators of the holy demon city were all enveloped by Duzu's poison. Those who were attacked by the spirits of poison died instantly. Those who weren't attacked by the spirits of poison fell to the ground one after another and struggled in pain. Yin Qing and the others stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Then, they revealed looks of admiration. Duzu's poison techniques were too terrifying. Fortunately, they weren't enemies with Duzu. If they were, it would be a nightmare. Lin Feng waved his hand and dense formation runes appeared in the air. The formation runes sealed off the holy demon city. Don't these alien races and foreign cultivators like to massacre cities? Today, we'll massacre the city as well. Other than the human slaves they captured, kill everyone else. Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. Duzu and the heretic sovereign sage hurriedly responded. Lin Feng left Duzu, the heretic sovereign sage, Yin Qing, and the others to deal with the cultivators in the holy demon city. Meanwhile, he used void transference. He headed toward the palace in the depths of the holy demon city. The palace in the depths of the holy demon city was where the holy demon prince resided. This palace was luxuriously built and heavily guarded. Lin Feng appeared at the entrance of the palace. Stop! How dare you barge into the holy demon prince's palace? Are you tired of living? A guard looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward and grabbed the guard's neck. Brat, how dare you fight outside the holy demon prince's palace? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and put him down. Dozens of guards surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Is the holy demon prince inside? Lin Feng asked coldly. Of course, the holy demon prince is inside. Furthermore, he's enjoying a top-grade beauty that was just captured. Why are you looking for the holy demon prince? The guard captain looked coldly at Lin Feng. A top-grade beauty that was just captured? Lin Feng's expression sank. Could it be Yin Ruyu? Lin Feng couldn't be sure if it was Yin Ruyu or not. But when he heard the guard captain's words, Yin Ruyu's beautiful face involuntarily appeared in his mind. Even though he had only met Yin Ruyu once, and it was many years ago. However, Yin Ruyu was simply too beautiful. After seeing it once, it was hard to forget that peerless face that could be broken by blowing on it. Go to hell. Lin Feng sneered. Gotcha. First, he broke the neck of the guard that he had captured. Then, he flicked his finger. Streaks of sword chi shot out in all directions. Pooh, pooh. Tearing sounds rang out incessantly. Everyone was dismembered by Lin Feng's sword chi. Lin Feng then soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the palace. Who's there? How dare you barge into the holy demon prince's residence? You're courting death. Kill him with arrows. The holy demon prince's residence was heavily guarded. Immediately, countless arrows shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand, breaking all the arrows. Then, he sent out palm strikes towards the cultivators below. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of cultivators were killed by Lin Feng. None of them could block Lin Feng's attacks. Apocalyptic sword art. Right at that moment, a strong cultivator of the Huang Qi layer jumped forwards. He took out his sword and threw it at Lin Feng. Sword Qi swept across the area, transforming into 1,000 zhang sword ray. Chapter 2753. Jin Shursan has made his move. Jin Shursan is young master's sword slave, His sword techniques are heaven-defying. This person will definitely die. Seeing that cultivator make his move, many of the cultivators of the myriad races cried out in alarm. Looking at Lin Feng, they immediately revealed a cold smile. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. Jin Shursan was a human cultivator. His talent was extraordinary, and his sword techniques were extremely powerful. In the past, when he was a slave, he was bought by the sacred demon race. After the sacred demon race discovered his talent, they focused on nurturing him. Jin Shursan had finally become a top-notch sword expert. The sword that was slashing towards Lin Feng was extremely terrifying. As a human, helping the tyrant to kill his own kind is even more deserving of death. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent, and with a palm strike, he broke Jin Shursan's sword chi. Then, he arrived in front of Jin Shursan and grabbed his head. Bang! Jin Shursan's head exploded. It was crushed by Lin Feng with one hand. Main hall. On the white jade bed, a woman's body was restrained. This woman was tall and charming. Her face was absolutely beautiful. She was simply a beauty in the world. This woman was none other than Yin Ruyu. Many years had passed, but Yin Ruyu was still as beautiful as a woman who had walked out of a painting. There was a saying that this woman should not exist in the world, and it was referring to a woman like Yin Ruyu. Whether it was temperament, face, or figure, Yin Ruyu was an impeccable, peerless beauty. Hee, looks like you're still a virgin. Not bad, not bad. A man stood in front of the white jade bed. This man was extremely handsome, but his eyes were incomparably evil. His body emitted a soft and feminine aura, and those eyes were like the eyes of a venomous snake in the darkness. Take a look. It made one's heart involuntarily tremble. This man was the holy demon young master. Not far from the white jade bed, there was a lion-sized heaven-splitting concave. The heaven-splitting concave looked like a lion, but it had dragon eyes, dragon nose, dragon horns, dragon whiskers, and dragon tail. Its body was not covered in fur. Instead, it was covered in scales, which looked like the scales of the snake race. Cold, dark. This kind of vicious beast was extremely terrifying and ferocious. Looking at the top-quality beauty on the white jade bed, the holy demon young master already couldn't wait to enjoy her. As Yin Ruyu's body was imprisoned, she was unable to resist. His heart was already filled with despair. She was filled with despair. If she could die, she would bite her tongue to commit suicide. However, she didn't even have the ability to bite her tongue to commit suicide. The demon young master pounced forward. He wanted to do something to Yin Ruyu at this moment. There was a sound. That human cultivator's cultivator was killed by that human cultivator. And he cult of cultivators is his master, is his master, is master, is his master, SSS, he's, he, s, is, and he's is. Question mark? Lowly human cultivator? He actually dares to come to this young master's territory and cause trouble. He's simply tired of living. This young master wants to see who this human cultivator is. After this young master catches him, I'll slice off his flesh piece by piece and pull out his soul and throw him into hell. I'll let him suffer for eternity and never let him reincarnate. The holy demon young master revealed a sinister smile. He stood up from the bed and looked at Yin Ruyu, saying sinisterly, "Beauty, this young master will be back soon. At that time, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a real woman." The holy demon young master then walked out. Heaven-splitting concave also stood up and followed beside the holy demon young master, walking out. Yin Ruyu's SSSS was in chaos. At this moment, a human cultivator actually appeared here. Who was that human cultivator? Why was he here? Was he here to kill the holy demon young master? Yin Ruyu hoped that the human cultivator would be able to kill the holy demon young master. That way, he would be able to escape. Although Yin Ruyu knew that the possibility of such a thing happening was not high, but there was still hope. Yin Ruyu began to pray. Outside the main palace, Lin Feng had killed his way in. There was already a river of blood. The moment the holy demon young master and heaven-splitting concave walked out of the main palace, they saw Lin Feng floating in midair. Little B** starred. You didn't leave heaven but barged into hell. Since you're looking for death, then this young master will let you die without a burial ground." The moment the holy demon young master said that, he waved his hand. Zhue Tian'ao understood and roared furiously. He then rose up in the air and threw himself at Lin Feng. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, heaven-splitting concave's body disappeared. He teleported and appeared tens of meters away before disappearing again. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Feng. He opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the heaven-splitting concave's bloody mouth and grabbed onto the heaven-splitting concave's front limbs. "The reason why I massacred the innocent people of the 36 cities of Sky Marshall Continent was to feed AB** starred like you. Today, I will send you to hell." Lin Feng's voice was cold. The moment he said that, he could not help but roar. A poochie sound rang out. In that instant, the heaven-splitting concave was torn into two by Lin Feng. "You deserve to die. This young master will tear you into pieces." Seeing the beast that he had reared being killed by Lin Feng, the holy demon young master's eyes turned red. He soared into the sky and sent a palm towards Lin Feng. Wind and thunder transformation. Invincible. The holy demon young master roared out. Boundless wind and thunder energy condensed and coiled around the holy demon young master's palm. The holy demon young master seemed to have transformed into an immortal wind and thunder god. This person's fighting strength was extremely strong. Among all the opponents that Lin Feng had encountered, this holy demon young master could be considered as one of the best. This person came from the holy demon race of the myriad races. The holy demon race was one of the top 10 races of the myriad races. Their strength was not inferior to the ancient god race. This race was extremely terrifying. The holy demon young master was a direct descendant of this race. Hence, it was not surprising that he had such strength. Facing the terrifying attack of the holy demon young master, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He also sent out a punch. This punch was surrounded by an extremely strange power. This power seemed to be the power of time. However, this power was not the power of time. Bang! Lin Feng and the holy demon young master clashed. In that instant, the holy demon young master was pushed back dozens of meters by Lin Feng. This caused the holy demon young master's face to turn ugly. He had never been at a disadvantage when fighting with others. But now, he was at a disadvantage when fighting with Lin Feng. This caused the holy demon young master to feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. The holy demon young master was about to use an even stronger sacred art to deal with Lin Feng. But at this moment, the holy demon young master was shocked to discover that his spiritual power was rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, the holy demon young master had turned into a 4- or 5-year-old child. His fighting strength had dropped drastically. He did not even have a tenth of his previous fighting strength. Chapter 2754. This sacred art was the second part of Lin Feng's great reincarnation art. Once struck, one's body would shrink rapidly. Like aging, one's fighting strength would weaken greatly. When Lin Feng saw that Prince Holy Monster had been attacked, he quickly ran towards him and stomped on him. Just as the foot was about to land on Saint Demon Prince's body, Saint Demon Prince quickly dodged to the side, dodging Lin Feng's foot. Although he had turned into a child, his fighting strength had decreased greatly. But Saint Demon Prince's speed and reaction were still extremely fast. He easily dodged Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Lin Feng punched at Saint Demon Prince. His divine fist was invincible, shattering the void. This time, Saint Demon Prince wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack like before. But this time, he did not succeed. Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Saint Demon Prince's body, sending him flying. Wah! Saint Demon Prince could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as white as paper. Lin Feng raised his foot and kicked at Saint Demon Prince. "You're usually high and mighty. Today, I'll let you have a taste of being stepped on." Bang! Lin Feng's foot landed on Saint Demon Prince's face, sending him flying tens of meters away. A huge footprint appeared on Saint Demon Prince's face. "You dare to humiliate me like this?" Saint Demon Prince roared in rage, his eyes turning blood red. Born in the Saint Demon race, he had always been a high and mighty existence. Even in the myriad races, Saint Demon Prince was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. He had always been the one bullying and humiliating others. When had he ever been bullied and humiliated? But now, in the Sky Martial continent, where there were so few experts, he was being humiliated by Lin Feng. The flames of anger were about to ignite Saint Demon Prince's entire being. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Humiliate you? Are you worthy? Today, I will take your life and feed your soul to the evil spirits. I'll let you taste endless pain before you die. Only in this way can the innocent people who died be comforted." With that, Lin Feng charged towards Saint Demon Prince once again, sending a punch towards him. In the face of Lin Feng's terrifying punch, now that holy demon young master's battle strength was greatly reduced, he was not Lin Feng's match at all. Once again, he was sent flying by Lin Feng. Moreover, he was beaten by Lin Feng to the point where he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as white as paper. He didn't know how many of his bones were broken. For a person like you, even if you die 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, your death will not be regrettable. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as his attacks became even more ferocious. He wanted to kill Saint Demon Prince. At this time, Saint Demon Prince opened his mouth and spat out a magic treasure. It was a jade scepter. The Rui jade was engraved with the image of the Taoist three pristine supremes. Heavenly Lord Yuanshi was in the middle. Primogenitor Lingbao was on the right. Heavenly Lord Daoda was on the left. This treasure was extremely extraordinary. After it was taken out, it emitted a powerful ripple before sweeping towards Lin Feng. Out of nowhere, a terrifying force struck Lin Feng. That force was as though it could topple mountains and overturn seas. The power was extremely terrifying. It sent Lin Feng flying. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed violently. After receiving the attack of the Jade Scepter, Lin Feng was injured to a certain extent. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng looked at the Jade Scepter in shock. A treasure like the Jade Scepter was relatively rare. In history, one of the more powerful Jade Scepter treasures was the Jade Scepter of the mystical Maiden of the Nine Heavens. It was a Jade Scepter that was nurtured by the heavens and earth and was a Xiantian spiritual treasure. Therefore, it was extremely powerful. There were other Jade Scepters. Very few of them could be considered as top-grade treasures. However, the Jade Scepter that Saint Demon Prince had taken out was definitely an extremely powerful treasure. This is the three pristine Jade Scepter, a treasure passed down from Taoism. With the three pristine Jade Scepter, you're dead meat today. Saint Demon Prince's face was filled with a sinister smile as he controlled the three pristine Jade Scepter to attack Lin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The three pristine Jade Scepter was extremely strange. It could unleash an invisible force that was impossible to defend against. Lin Feng was sent flying by the three pristine Jade Scepter, and his face turned even paler. Damn it, this Jade Scepter is so strange. Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. The Jade Scepter's attack was similar to the Great Curse Art. It was an attack that had no trajectory to follow. Therefore, there was no way to counter the Jade Scepter's attack. Lin Feng took out the stone sword, the 9 demons picture, and the 5 dragons wheel and attacked the Jade Scepter. However, Saint Demon Prince still waved his Jade Scepter in the face of the 3 treasures' attacks. Bang, bang, bang. 3 invisible forces slammed into Lin Feng's 3 treasures. Then, the 3 treasures deviated from the direction of attack. Although the 3 pristine Jade Scepter might not be able to block the attacks of the 3 treasures, it only needed to change the direction of the attacks of the 3 treasures. This was something that could be done. The 3 pristine Jade Scepter was powerful because every time it was waved, it could unleash a terrifying attack. And the power of this attack was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. After blocking the attacks of Lin Feng's 3 treasures, Saint Demon Prince's body recovered. Saint Demon Prince sneered and said, "I really thought that you had the ability to shrink me. So it's only temporary. Now that I've recovered, it's time for you to die." Saint Demon Prince's voice fell as he continued to control the 3 pristine Jade Scepter to attack Lin Feng. Bang, Bang, bang. The attacks of the three pristine jade scepter continuously swept onto Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely gloomy. This couldn't go on. He had to break the three pristine jade scepter's attacks, or else he would lose this battle sooner or later. Soon, Lin Feng thought of a way to break the three pristine jade scepter. Lin Feng brought out the four vicious cauldron and entered it. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks of the three pristine jade scepter all landed on the four vicious cauldron. The defensive power of the four vicious cauldron was simply too strong. The attacks of the three pristine jade scepter were unable to break through the defense of the four vicious cauldron. Although the attacks of the three pristine jade scepter were very strange, it was still different from the Great Curse technique. The Great Curse technique attacked the opponent from the inside out, but the three pristine jade scepter attacked the opponent from the outside. If the Great Curse technique was used, no matter what treasure the opponent was hiding in, they would be injured by the Great Curse technique. Chapter 2755. Ordinary defensive magic treasures wouldn't be able to withstand the three pure jade rui's attack. Ordinary defensive magic treasures would release energy barriers to protect the cultivator. Since the three pure jade rui's attack was so powerful, wouldn't it be easy to break through the energy barriers? However, the four ferocious cauldron was different. It was a cauldron. Lin Feng entered the cauldron. He closed the lid of the cauldron. If Saint Demon Prince wanted to break through the four ferocious cauldron's defense, he would need to destroy the cauldron's body. The materials used to forge the four ferocious cauldron were peak-grade god materials. Moreover, it was fused with some materials used to forge emperor weapons. It was incomparably tough. How could it be destroyed so easily? Seeing the four ferocious cauldron block the three pure jade rui's attack, Lin Feng was shocked. He directly controlled the four ferocious cauldron to charge towards Saint Demon Prince. The four ferocious cauldron was so heavy that the impact it produced was simply unimaginable. Moreover, Lin Feng's magic power was so strong. Now that he controlled the four ferocious cauldron, its speed reached its peak. It surpassed the speed of light. It produced a sonic boom. It instantly arrived in front of Saint Demon Prince. Saint Demon Prince's expression turned gloomy. He originally thought that he could use the three pure jade rui to eliminate Lin Feng. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would have such a powerful cauldron. If it wasn't for this cauldron, Saint Demon Prince believed that Lin Feng would have been killed by him. Seeing Lin Feng controlling the four ferocious cauldron, Saint Demon Prince's expression was indifferent. He was extremely confident in the three pure jade rui's power. Therefore, he didn't dodge. Instead, he waved the three pure jade rui to smash the four ferocious cauldron. A loud clanging sound was heard. The four ferocious cauldron and the three pure jade rui clashed. Both parties were sent flying. Today, this young master will smash your broken cauldron. Saint Demon Prince's face was filled with a sinister smile. He held the three pure jade rui and charged towards the four ferocious cauldron. As for Lin Feng, he continued to control the four ferocious cauldron to charge towards Saint Demon Prince. Clang, 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 clang. Sounds of violent collisions could be heard as the two sides exchanged dozens of attacks. The web between Saint Demon Prince's thumb and index finger was cracked. Immortal blood flowed out and was all absorbed by the three pure jade rui. Saint Demon Prince also had a body of flesh and blood. In this sort of collision, he would also be injured by the powerful recoil. Of course, Lin Feng was also made of flesh and blood. With such a violent impact, his body would also be injured. However, Lin Feng's physical body was simply too strong, because the Jade Rui was too terrifying. Therefore, the recoil that Lin Feng had to endure was far stronger than the recoil that Saint Demon Prince had to endure. But Lin Feng was completely fine. Saint Demon Prince was shaken to the point that his blood and chi roiled, and his magic power became chaotic. Buzz. Lin Feng continued to control the four ferocious cauldrons to attack the Holy Demon Prince. Saint Devil Prince wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack, but the four vicious cauldrons were flying too fast, so the Saint Demon Prince was unable to dodge the four vicious cauldrons. The 4 ferocious cauldrons slammed into the Saint Demon Prince's body, following which, Saint Demon Prince was sent flying by the 4 vicious cauldrons. Wah! Saint Demon Prince was struck by lightning. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Pooh! In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in Saint Demon Prince's chest. Fresh blood splattered out. While controlling the 4 vicious cauldrons to attack Saint Demon Prince, Lin Feng had been using the Great Curse technique to attack Saint Demon Prince. But after using it over 100 times, he was still unable to injure Saint Demon Prince. But the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. This time, the Great Curse technique finally managed to injure young Master Saint Demon. Saint Demon Prince was heavily injured, and his fighting strength fell greatly. Lin Feng quickly charged out of the 4 vicious cauldrons and wielded the stone sword. He charged towards Saint Demon Prince. Saint Demon Prince waved the Jade Rui to attack Lin Feng as he fled. With the Jade Rui, Saint Demon Prince had a chance of escaping from Lin Feng. Seeing Saint Demon Prince flee, Lin Feng used the Heaven Mending technique to dodge the attack of the 3 pure Jade Rui. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared behind Saint Demon Prince and slashed at him. Saint Demon Prince's face was filled with shock. At this moment, it was too late for him to dodge or block Lin Feng's attack. Pooh! Poochie! Lin Feng cut off Prince Holy Monster's head with his sword. He punched out, smashing Saint Demon Prince's head and capturing his soul. The sacred Demon Prince's soul roared out in resentment. Little beast, you little beast, I am a direct descendant of the sacred demon tribe. Our sacred demon tribe is one of the 10 great tribes of the myriad races. Today, I will be killed by you. In the future, your fate will be 10 times more miserable than mine. Is that so? Maybe I will be the one to exterminate your Saint Demon tribe. Lin Feng laughed coldly. He then tossed Saint Demon Prince's soul into the ghost-rearing jar to feed the 2 ghost emperors. Lin Feng then dashed towards the main palace. He wondered how Yin Ruyu was doing. He hoped that she was fine. After entering the main palace, Lin Feng saw Yin Ruyu lying motionlessly on the white jade bed. This woman was truly beautiful. Be it her figure, face, skin, or aura, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Even though Lin Feng had many women in his life, looking at a peerless beauty like Yin Ruyu, he could not help but feel a little restless. But of course, Lin Feng knew that this was not the time for him to let his thoughts run wild. He walked up and released the seals on Yin Ruyu. Lin Gongzi, it's you. Looking at Lin Feng, Yin Ruyu exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. She had never thought that the human cultivator who had killed Saint Demon Prince would be Lin Feng. Although Yin Ruyu did not have much of a relationship with Lin Feng had been the center of attention back then. Naturally, she would be attracted to him as well. She felt that compared to Lin Feng, all the men in the world were. The difference was too great. Later on, when Lin Feng left the Sky Martial Continent for the 9 prefectures, Yin Ruyu was lost for a few days after hearing the news. Now that she had met Lin Feng, furthermore, she had met Lin Feng at such a dangerous moment. Furthermore, it was Lin Feng who had saved her. Yin Ruyu felt as though there was a little deer in her heart. I never thought that princess would still remember me. Lin Feng smiled. Yin Ruyu said faintly, which woman in the Sky Martial Continent does not know young master? These words seemed to be filled with resentment. Yin Ruyu looked at Lin Feng with a hint of resentment in her eyes. It was as though Lin Feng had done something outrageous to her. Lin Feng's heart could not help but be moved. Could it be that Yin Ruyu had a secret crush on him? Lin Feng was naturally interested in such a peerless beauty. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this was not a place to talk about love. He said, Fairy, we cannot stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Yin Ruyu nodded. She stood up and left with Lin Feng. It was unknown if it was because she had been imprisoned for too long that her legs felt weak. Thus, Yin Ruyu's delicate body swayed and she fell into Lin Feng's embrace. P.S. Chapter 2756. With a beauty in his arms, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel restless. At this moment, footsteps rang out from outside. It should be Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, Yin Qing, and the others. Lin Feng helped Yin Ruyu stand up and asked, Celestial being, are you all right? Yenryu nodded slightly and said, Thank you, young master. This concubine's body is already much better. Yenryu's voice was soft and gentle. It was very pleasant to listen to. Now that she considered herself as a concubine, he wondered if she had other thoughts. She got off the white jade bed and walked outside with Lin Feng. As soon as they reached the door, they saw a group of people walking over. It was Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, Yanqing, and the others. Big sister, are you all right? Yanqing asked when she saw Yenryu. Fortunately, Lin Gongzi came in time, said Yenryu. Yanqing let out a sigh of relief. It's all settled? Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. It's all settled, said Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. Lin Feng nodded and said, We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Following that, the group left. On the way, Lin Feng and Yenryu talked about many things, including many things that had happened in the Tianwu continent in the past few years. They also talked about some old friends from back then. What Qianjiao has fallen, said Yenryu sorrowfully. Back then, she and Hua Qianjiao were known as the Twin Pearls. They were the two most beautiful women in the eastern region. Originally, they were like sisters. However, due to some misunderstandings, their relationship didn't get too good. Later on, the misunderstandings were resolved. The two of them recovered their relationship. Hua Qianjiao's death made Yenryu very sad. Lin Feng still remembered Hua Qianjiao. She was a passionate and fiery woman. Now, she had turned into a skeleton. It was truly a pity. Such a peerless beauty had fallen. It was truly a pity. How did she fall? Lin Feng asked. In recent years, a person called the Fiend Lord of Great Desire came to the martial heaven continent. He's evil by nature and cultivates the art of plundering. Back then, he accidentally saw Qianjiao and had evil thoughts. Qianjiao would rather die than be humiliated, Yenryu said. At this point, her tears were already falling like rain. Lin Feng sighed. Hua Qianjiao was such a peerless beauty. In this chaotic world, it was indeed easy for her to become the target of bashfulness. If the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers had yet to descend upon the sky martial continent, Hua Qianjiao's family was enough to support her. However, after those existences descended on the martial heaven continent, Hua Qianjiao's family was no longer enough to protect her. There are too many helplessness in this world that makes people sigh, Lin Feng muttered to himself. There were many things that made people feel powerless. When they heard about it afterwards, they couldn't help but feel sad. They entered the East Sea and headed straight for the East Sea's cultivators' gathering place, the country of desire. Back then, with Lin Feng's support, Madame Qi built the Kingdom of Desire and became the Empress. He wondered how the Kingdom of Desire was doing now. After a month, they finally arrived at the Kingdom of Desire. From afar, they could see that the entire Kingdom of Desire was enveloped by a huge restriction. Within the restriction, there were constantly cultivators patrolling. It was as if they were on guard against something. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Kingdom of Desire must be in trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have activated the restriction. Madame Qi, quickly come out to see me. At this moment, Lin Feng began to transmit his voice to Madame Qi. Madame Qi was his female slave. Lin Feng could transmit his voice to Madame Qi. Within the palace, Madame Qi frowned. The Kingdom of Desire was indeed in trouble, because the Kingdom of Desire was being targeted by someone called the Great Viper Sage. The Great Viper Clan, the King Clan among the myriad races. This clan was extremely powerful. This Great Viper Sage's cultivation had even reached the Boundary Emperor realm. The Great Viper Clan was lascivious by nature. The Great Viper Sage was no exception. After the Great Viper Sage came to the Sky Martial continent, he built the Great Viper Island in the East Sea. The Great Viper Island's sphere of influence was extremely huge. The Great Viper Sage wanted to unify the Eastern Seas. Naturally, he had to destroy the Kingdom of Desire. The Great Viper Sage had discovered that there were many top-notch human female cultivators in the Kingdom of Desire. Thus, the Great Viper Sage had evil intentions. Not only did he want to destroy the Kingdom of Desire, he also wanted to kidnap these top-notch human female cultivators. The great Viper Sage had sent an army to attack the Kingdom of Desire 3 times, but he had failed to take it down. It was said that soon, the great Viper Sage would personally lead an army to attack the Kingdom of Desire. As a result, the people in the Kingdom of Desire were in a state of panic. As the ruler of the Kingdom of Desire, Madame Qi was naturally extremely worried. This was because there were Master Lin Feng's women in the Kingdom of Desire. For example, Shangguan Fei'er, Murong Shui, and the others. If the Kingdom of Desire was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Madame Qi was deeply worried, she heard Lin Feng's voice transmission. Madame Qi's spirits were lifted. Master's voice. Could it be that Master has returned? Madame Qi quickly walked out of the palace. Seeing Madame Qi come out, the cultivators in the Kingdom of Desire bowed to her. Soon, Madame Qi arrived at the periphery of the Kingdom of Desire. Madame Qi saw hundreds of cultivators floating outside, even though they hadn't seen each other for many years. At first glance, Madame Qi still recognized Lin Feng. Master. It's really Master. He's back. Madame Qi was pleasantly surprised. She ordered someone to open the restriction and quickly flew out. Master, you're back. Madame Qi's face was filled with excitement as she hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Now, many cultivators in the Kingdom of Desire rushed out after noticing Madame Qi's abnormal behavior. It's Lord Lin Feng. Lord Lin Feng is back. Some of the cultivators who had joined the Kingdom of Desire early on exclaimed when they saw Lin Feng. These cultivators were originally from the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army. After Lin Feng left, they joined the Kingdom of Desire. Back then, Lin Feng led them to fight against the heavenly demons and reclaim many mountains and rivers of the Tianwu continent. The scenes from back then were so soul-stirring. Now that they saw Lin Feng return, the cultivators who followed Lin Feng back then were very excited. Shangguan Fei'er, Xiao Yefei, Murong Shui, Xikong Xinyan, Xikong Jiayue, and the others also appeared one after another. When they saw Lin Feng, they were all extremely excited. Let's go back and talk, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and returned to the Kingdom of Desire. The current Kingdom of Desire could no longer be compared to the past. Firstly, a portion of the cultivators had gone to the 9 regions. Secondly, a portion of the cultivators had left the Kingdom of Desire. Thirdly, the Kingdom of Desire was in danger, and a portion of the cultivators had fled. Fourthly, the Kingdom of Desire had suffered heavy losses in the continuous battle with the Great Viper Sage. Chapter 2757. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Madame Qi told Lin Feng everything about the Great Viper Sage. Lin Feng's face became more and more gloomy. This Great Viper Sage was really courting death. He even dared to target the Kingdom of Desire. He even dared to target Shangguan Fei'er and the others. He was simply courting death. This Great Viper Sage is a boundary emperor. He's exceptionally terrifying. He's going to personally lead an army here. When that time comes, I'm afraid our Kingdom of Desire won't be able to resist. So, Master, should we choose to give up on the Kingdom of Desire? Madame Qi said. She had already had this idea before. She wanted to lead everyone to escape the Kingdom of Desire. However, although the world was big, there were wars and chaos everywhere. No matter where they escaped to, there seemed to be no place for them. Therefore, Madame Qi was a little hesitant before. Now that Lin Feng had returned, she told him her thoughts. Naturally, Lin Feng had to make the decision. He's just a boundary emperor. He's not a great emperor. Du Zhu said, curling his lips. Everyone looked at Du Zhu in astonishment. From Du Zhu's tone, it seemed like he was disdainful of boundary emperors. Lin Feng said, there's no need to leave. Once the Great Viper Sage comes, he's going to die. Everyone had always been extremely confident in Lin Feng. Therefore, when they heard Lin Feng's words, they were all very shocked. They believed that Lin Feng definitely had the strength to kill a boundary emperor. Otherwise, he would have said such words. Soon, Madame Qi and the others left. Only Shangguan Fei'er, Huang Shilan, Murong Shui, Xiao Yefei, Lu Piaomiao, Shi Ningming, Shuilan Xian, Zhou Hanying, Sun Shidong, and Dan Taixian were left in the main hall. Among these women, Shangguan Fei'er, Huang Shilan, Lu Piaomiao, Sun Shitong, and Dan Taixian had already done it with Lin Feng. Morong Shui, Xiao Yufei, Shi Ningming, and Shui Lanxian had some ambiguous relationships with Lin Feng. Lin Feng met Xiu Hanying when he was training in the Thunderblade's secret realm. Back then, she was still a little young, but after many years of separation, she had never forgotten Lin Feng. As she grew older, she gradually understood the matters between men and women. She also admired Lin Feng. When Lin Feng left the Sky Martial Continent, Sun Shidong, Dan Taixian, Shui Lanxian, Xiu Hanying, and the others were not in the Country of Desire. Later on, they found out that the Country of Desire was related to Lin Feng. Moreover, several of Lin Feng's close female friends were in the Country of Desire. Therefore, they all came to the Country of Desire, waiting for Lin Feng to return. Now, Lin Feng had finally arrived. The many beauties in front of him were all beautiful. Some were enchanting, some were tall, some were charming, some were cute, and some were gentle. There were all kinds of them. It was truly a dazzling sight. Shangguan Feier and Lin Feng's wives were all looking at Lin Feng affectionately, as if their gazes were piercing through the limpid waters of autumn. As for Xiao Yufei, Shui Lanxian, and the other women who admired Lin Feng but had not done the deed of husband and wife with Lin Feng, their beautiful eyes were watery as they looked at Lin Feng with adoration. Lin Feng said, "This time, I returned to the Sky Martial Continent, mainly to bring you to the 9 regions. However, I did not expect the situation in the Sky Martial Continent to be so chaotic." Shangguan Feier sighed. Now, thousands of races, foreign races, and many other forces have come to the Sky Martial Continent. Our Sky Martial Continent's native forces are unable to contend against these forces. Moreover, these forces can kill with a single thought. In just over 10 years, the population of the Sky Martial Continent has already decreased by more than 80 to 90%. If this continues, the native cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent will be exterminated sooner or later. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I have already decided on this matter. The Sky Martial Continent is not something that can be easily manipulated by anyone." That night, Lin Feng wanted to sleep with her on the same bed. However, this was destined to be just a beautiful wish. Shangguan Feier and the others naturally did not agree. When Lin Feng returned, these women naturally hoped that Lin Feng could accompany them. However, Lin Feng was also unable to split himself. For the first time in his life, Lin Feng felt that having too many women was actually a kind of trouble. This was only the women of the Sky Martial Continent. Lin Feng of the 9 regions still had many women. In the next few days, Lin Feng remained in seclusion and did not come out. As for what he was doing, many people were very clear about it. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beauties. Rumble. On this day, above the sea, a loud sound shook the sky. Huge ancient warships quickly sailed towards the direction of the Country of Desire. On the flags of these warships, there was a picture of a huge viper. The viper's body was pitch black, but it had a single horn. Snakes rarely had horns, but the viper was an exception. This was the warship of Viper Island. In the main warship's hall, a banquet was being held. Sitting in the middle was a thin man, the Great Viper Sage. The Great Viper Sage's body emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. "Sir, we are about to reach the Country of Desire." A guard came forward to report, "Ha ha ha ha, speed up. This sage can't wait to enjoy the taste of those beauties." The Great Viper Sage laughed loudly. The fleet increased its speed. 3 days later, the fleet arrived outside the Country of Desire. Dong dong dong, the war drums beat. It resounded through the 9 heavens. "They're here!" Lin Feng stood in the courtyard, squinting his eyes as he looked at the sea. Then, he soared into the sky and flew outside. The rest of the people also rushed to the outer regions of the Country of Desire. The densely packed cultivators of the Country of Desire were all waiting solemnly. "Young Master has ordered everyone to stay put." Madame Chi's voice rang out. "Stay put? Is Young Master going to face the army of Viper Island alone? Isn't Young Master being a little too arrogant?" Instantly, the cultivators of the Country of Desire began to discuss. Many of them had heard of Lin Feng's legends. They knew that Lin Feng was a legendary figure. However, No matter how legendary he was, Lin Feng was going to face an army led by a boundary emperor. And now, Lin Feng had walked out of the country of Desire's defensive light barrier alone. He was going to face an army of millions alone. The difference in numbers made the cultivators of the country of Desire feel that Lin Feng was throwing an egg against a rock. However, the order had already been given. They did not dare to disobey it. "Brat, you came out alone. Are you here to die?" The great viper sage stepped out and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. "I'm here to take your life." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked toward the great viper sage. The great viper sage's expression darkened as he took out his bow. He drew the bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! A magical arrow streaked across the sky like a shooting star, flying toward Lin Feng. Chapter 2758. The great viper sage has made his move. Will Lord Lin be able to block the arrow? The cultivators from the country of Desire began to worry for Lin Feng. The great viper sage was too powerful. Lin Feng was a legend in the Tianwu continent back then. However, Lin Feng had left the Tianwu continent for too long, and no one knew what cultivation level Lin Feng was at. Furthermore, the great viper sage was a boundary emperor. That kid is dead for sure. The cultivators from the Great Viper Island sneered as they looked at Lin Feng. They felt that Lin Feng was dead for sure, as he would not be able to block the Great Viper Sage's attack. Even in the entire Tianwu continent, there were not many cultivators who could go against the Great Viper Sage. What more a mere human cultivator? Just as the cultivators from the Great Viper Island thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure, something happened. Lin Feng's body became illusory, and when the arrow hit Lin Feng, it went straight through Lin Feng's body. Then, Lin Feng's illusory body disappeared. An afterimage. Many people could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. How fast did he have to be to leave behind an afterimage? It was too shocking and shocking. Many people had incredulous expressions on their faces. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared hundreds of meters away. Each of Lin Feng's steps covered a distance of a few hundred meters. "Today, I will take your head." Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a demonic god. He was the ruler of the heavens. The great viper sage was originally full of disdain for Lin Feng, but now, his expression was slightly solemn. The arrow that he shot out just now was no ordinary arrow. It was an arrow that had been infused with spirit. Such a tyrannical arrow was shot towards Lin Feng, but it was easily dodged by Lin Feng. When experts exchanged blows, they only needed one move to know whether the other party was truly strong or just a facade. The great viper sage knew that this human cultivator before him was definitely a terrifying existence. He really did have the strength. As such, the great viper sage didn't dare to underestimate Lin Feng. "Do it! Kill him!" The great viper sage immediately gave the order. The snake tribe had always been cautious, and the great viper sage had also inherited this trait. Although his cultivation was abnormally strong, he didn't want to fight Lin Feng head-on. If he could use the army to kill Lin Feng, it would save him a lot of effort. 1,000,000 cultivators attacked Lin Feng together. Of the 1,000,000 cultivator army, only 100,000 were made up of cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and some external forces. The remaining 900,000 were cultivators from the Sky Martial continent, who had been enslaved by the Great Viper Sage. There were also cultivators from the Sky Martial continent, who had taken the initiative to submit to the Great Viper Sage. The cruelty of the world of cultivators taught Lin Feng a lesson. Not everyone in this world could remain steadfast and would rather die in battle than surrender. Not everyone would be willing to fight a bloody battle to protect their homeland. Many people would sail with the wind. In order to survive, they were willing to do anything. As such, even the great viper sage, who had committed countless crimes and slaughtered countless innocent people in the Sky Martial continent, was a heinous figure. There were also many cultivators from the Sky Martial continent who had submitted to the great viper sage. That was because the great viper sage's cultivation was strong enough. As such, it was easy for him to attract many followers. The 1,000,000 cultivators unleashed a powerful attack towards Lin Feng. A long river of attacks descended from the sky. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. The power of this attack was terrifying to the extreme. Seeing the million cultivators attacking Lin Feng together, the cultivators from the country of desire began to worry for Lin Feng. No matter how strong a person was, even if he was strong enough, he would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking in the void. O mighty Tao of exile, please descend with the power of exile. Banish the attacks of these lowly beings to another space. Ancient incantations were chanted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the great art of exile. He used the 3,000 great Taos to connect to a parallel space. Then, when the 1,000,000 cultivators unleashed their attacks, they were all enveloped by the power of exile that permeated the world. Then, the attacks of the 1,000,000 cultivators were all banished to the parallel space. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected this outcome. Lin Feng's ability was too heaven-defying. That was the attack of 1,000,000 cultivators. How terrifying was that? But now, it was dispelled just like that. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Feng continued walking in the void. Soon, he arrived at the main ship. Kill. Many strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and tried to kill him. Lin Feng took a step forward and released a terrifying aura. The surrounding cultivators could not withstand Lin Feng's powerful aura. Bang, bang, bang. One cultivator after another exploded, dying tragically on the spot. Only the great Viper Sage was left on the main ship. Amazing, truly amazing, Yi Futian murmured. In the distance, the cultivators from the country of desire were already dumbfounded. Lin Feng was like a great emperor descending to the world. The battle strength he displayed was too terrifying. Snake Demon Country. The great Viper Sage made his move and condensed an ancient country. That country was shrouded in demonic aura and demonic light, emitting terrifying waves of energy. That country descended from the sky and went straight for Lin Feng. You dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His right hand was like a blade as he slashed out. Pucci, the Snake Demon Country was split into two by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he threw a punch at the great Viper Sage. Bang, that powerful punch landed on the great Viper Sage's body. The great Viper Sage was sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. Who are you? The great Viper Sage shouted in disbelief. Lin Feng's battle strength was too strong. Even the great Viper Sage was suppressed. The cultivators of Viper Island were trembling in fear. So what if they had 1,000,000 cultivators? Seeing Lin Feng make the omnipotent great Viper Sage spit out blood with a single punch, the cultivators of Viper Island were shocked. The 1,000,000 cultivators of Viper Snake Island were scared out of their wits. I'm the one who will kill you. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to kill the great Viper Sage. Bloodline rent back. At that moment, the great Viper Sage roared and turned into a giant python that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters long. Chapter 2759. After the great Viper Sage's atavism, his battle prowess had more than doubled. Now that he had awakened his ancestral powers, the great Viper Sage was extremely confident in his own battle prowess. The great Viper Sage's cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Lowly human brat, today, I, the great Viper Sage, shall grant you a tragic death. The great Viper Sage roared and opened his bloody mouth, following which, he spewed out balls of destructive energy. The destructive energy that the great Viper Sage spewed out contained the power of lightning. And this power of lightning would greatly increase the destructive power of the great Viper Sage's attacks. Therefore, the great Viper Sage that had undergone atavism was definitely not to be underestimated. If the great Viper Sage was up against anyone else, he might really be able to suppress or even kill them. However, the great Viper Sage's current opponent was Lin Feng. The current Lin Feng was simply too powerful. Facing the great Viper Sage's attack, he raised his right hand and gently slashed through the void. In an instant, The destructive energy that the great viper sage spewed out was immediately dispersed to both sides. Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of the great viper sage. A fist smashed towards the great viper sage's head. The power of that fist was truly unparalleled. It was simply too tyrannical. Clang! That tyrannical fist smashed onto the great viper sage's head. Pacha! Pacha! The great viper sage's skull cracked open. Roar! The great viper sage's roar shook the heavens. The horn on his head suddenly shot out a death beam. That death beam contained a powerful power of death and was extremely terrifying. Feeling the power of that death beam, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. However, even though this attack was powerful, it wasn't able to pose any threat to Lin Feng. Facing the great viper sage's attack, Lin Feng swept his fist over. The power of destiny circled around his fist. Lin Feng's tyrannical fist directly broke the death beam that was shot out from the great viper sage's horn. Then, Lin Feng raised his fist and smashed it towards the great viper sage's horn. A loud clang. Lin Feng's heavy blow smashed onto the great viper sage's horn. In an instant, the great viper sage's horn was broken. Roar! The great viper sage let out a blood-curdling shriek. The great viper sage's horn had been broken, which was obviously a huge blow to the great viper sage. Die! Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his right fist and punched the great viper sage's head. Bang! The fist landed on the great viper sage's head. His head exploded, but no blood flowed out. What ability is this mystique? Lin Sage's sage, great viper sage, viper sage, viper sage had mystic sage, S was S. Great sage sages, viper sage had sages, sage. This is golden cicada shedding, an extremely powerful and strange mystique. It's similar to the heaven mending technique, but it's also very different. The Demon Lord explained. Lin Feng said, this mystique can complement the heaven mending technique and the great death substitution technique. At this moment, the great viper sage appeared 1,000 meters away. The great viper sage had transformed into his human form. He raised his speed to the limit and quickly escaped. The great viper sage's confidence had been completely shattered. Lin Feng's strength made his soul tremble. Thus, the great viper sage no longer had the courage to fight with Lin Feng. The great viper sage wanted to escape as quickly as possible. As long as he could escape, he would be able to get experts to deal with Lin Feng. Then, he would be able to crush Lin Feng to death in any way he wanted. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. The great viper sage had no way of escaping from Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng pierced through the void and quickly caught up to the great viper sage. He took out the stone sword and slashed at the great viper sage. Are you really going to kill me? I have the great viper royal family behind me. If you kill me, the great viper royal family will not let you off. Furthermore, I have the great desire lord behind me. If you kill me, the great desire lord will not let you off either. The great viper sage threatened loudly. Hearing the name Great Desire Lord, Lin Feng's expression sank. Yin Ruyu had mentioned this person before. This person cultivated in the art of plucking and had harmed countless women in the Tianwu continent. Even a peerless beauty like Hua Qianjiao had severed her own meridians to prevent herself from being violated by the Great Desire Lord. Those who heard it would feel sad, and those who heard it would feel pity. Now that he heard the name Great Desire Lord, Lin Feng's heart was filled with killing intent. What is your relationship with the Great Desire Lord? Lin Feng asked indifferently. When the Great Viper Sage heard Lin Feng mention the Great Desire Lord, he thought that Lin Feng was afraid of the Great Desire Lord. He said proudly, I am the sworn brother of the Great Desire Lord. Back then, the 7 of us became sworn brothers. Although the Great Desire Lord was only the 3rd brother, his cultivation was the strongest. Thus, the 7 of us looked up to him. Now, the Great Desire Lord is in the Tianwu continent. He is an expert who has reached the 90th step. You better consider your own strength. Just as the Great Viper Sage finished speaking, Lin Feng slashed out with the stone sword in his hand. Pooh! The Great Viper Sage's head flew into the sky. The Great Viper Sage had been killed by Lin Feng on the spot. Until his death, The great viper sage's eyes were wide open. He could not believe that he had been killed by Lin Feng just like that. Lin Feng directly extracted the great viper sage's soul. He wanted to collect the great viper sage's soul, but he found that there was a restriction placed on the great viper sage's soul. The great viper sage's soul was instantly destroyed by the restriction. These major factions are truly despicable. They placed a restriction in the minds of their clansmen and killed so many experts. Yet, they were unable to obtain the inheritance and secrets of the divine ability from their souls. What a pity! Lin Feng could not help but frown. The great viper sage is dead. Hurry up and run. When the great viper sage's army saw that Lin Feng had killed the great viper sage, their morale was in chaos, and they fled pathetically. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let's get rid of these pieces of trash from Viper Island, Duzu shouted. Kill all these pieces of trash from Viper Island, the country of Desire's army roared. Everyone was riled up, their battle intent soared. Under the lead of Duzu and the heretic sovereign sage, the 800,000 country of Desire's army began a massacre of the Viper Island's army. Although the Viper Island's army had the advantage in numbers, their morale was in shambles. They were no longer able to fight back. Many of the enslaved human cultivators chose to surrender. There were about 200,000 of them. However, none of them were killed. Chapter 2760. The incident in the East Sea had caused a huge uproar. The one who had died was the great Viper Sage, a boundary emperor. Furthermore, there were millions of cultivators working together with the great Viper Sage, but the other party was only one person. Who was that person? How could he be so terrifying? The country of Desire is related to that person. The cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent were discussing this matter. Lin Feng, a person who had awakened like a comet more than 10 years ago. Now, the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent were talking about him again. Is he back? Someone asked. When they thought of Lin Feng, a strange expression appeared in their hearts. When the heavenly demons had invaded, Lin Feng was only in his 20s, but he had led the East Sea cultivators to heavily injure the heavenly demon army. This was simply a legendary matter, but it had happened in the Sky Martial Continent. Many people knew that the background of the country of Desire in the East Sea was Lin Feng. Now, such a powerful human cultivator had suddenly appeared in the country of Desire. Naturally, everyone could not help but think of Lin Feng, that dazzling and heaven-defying genius who had illuminated the Sky Martial Continent. In the South Sea world, 13 boundary emperors of the foreign races were killed. In the East Sea world, the great Viper Sage led millions of cultivators to besiege the country of Desire, but they were defeated by a single person. The commander was killed by a human cultivator, and it was said that he was an extremely young human cultivator. The Sky Martial Continent has been in chaos for so many years, but there has never been such a powerful person who has appeared to uphold justice for the Sky Martial Continent. How did two such powerful human cultivators suddenly appear? Many human cultivators were gathered in a tavern. A purple-robed cultivator voiced out his doubts. Brother, you mean those two people are actually the same person? He is back? Someone asked excitedly. Everyone knew what kind of person this person was referring to. It is said that he left the Sky Martial Continent and went to the 9 states. In a flash, more than 10 years have passed. Perhaps he really is back. The 13 boundary emperors of the South Sea world and the great Viper Sage of the East Sea world might have been killed by him. The cultivator in purple clothes said, when he left the Sky Martial Continent, he was only at the Void God realm, right? How could he kill a boundary emperor so quickly? Someone said, feeling that it was unrealistic. It is said that he was at the Divine Fire realm when he left. Someone said, in 10 years, in my opinion, the person who killed the 13 boundary emperors of the South Sea world and the great Viper Sage of the East Sea world must be someone else. The purple-robed cultivator said, if it were someone else, I wouldn't believe that they could possess such heaven-defying battle prowess in just a dozen years. But if it's him, I believe it. That's right. I believe it too. An old man said, do you remember when the heavenly demons invaded? The 72 states in the north turned into a land of death. Corpses were everywhere. It was like hell on earth. No one could fight against the heavenly demons. He was the one who led the cultivator army to kill the heavenly demons and recover the lost land. He was only in his 20s at that time. The 9 states is a much bigger world. There are more opportunities there. Even the legendary door of eternal life, the supreme divine court, and the heaven-shaking stone tablet have appeared in the 9 states. Let's go. Let's go to the country of desire and see if he is back. A cultivator suggested. This suggestion was quickly approved by many cultivators. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent really needed a leader who could become the backbone of the Sky Martial continent. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent, including the ordinary people, would be exterminated by the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. In just 10 years, the population of the Sky Martial continent had decreased by more than 90%. How many years could the remaining people last? Lord Great Desire, I will be waiting for you. If you do not come to the Eastern Sea, I will personally go to the Great Desire ancient capital and take your life. Very quickly, a cold voice sounded out from the country of desire. Currently, a large number of cultivators had gathered outside the country of desire. When they heard the voice, many were shocked. It was obvious that the cultivator in the country of desire was intentionally provoking the Lord Great Desire. The Lord Great Desire was a half-emperor who had reached the 90th step of the stone steps. Even in the nest of the 10,000 races, the heavenly sage Great World. The Lord Great Desire was definitely a peerless and terrifying existence. Now, the human cultivator in the country of desire had first killed the sworn brother of the Lord Great Desire, the Great Viper Sage, and then provoked the Lord Great Desire. This caused many people to become excited, because very soon, an unprecedented war would erupt. Our human race has finally produced a peerless expert. Many human cultivators in the Sky Martial continent rushed to spread the news when they heard it. They could not help but shed tears. One must know that more than 90% of the people in the Sky Martial continent were humans. In the past few years, the population of the Sky Martial continent had decreased rapidly. The ones who died the most were humans. The most important thing was that the human race did not have a peerless expert to oversee the Sky Martial continent. Therefore, the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and some other cultivators from foreign forces had no scruples at all. They could kill human cultivators however they wanted. Now, the human race had finally produced a peerless expert. This caused many people to become excited. The entire Sky Martial continent was discussing the identity of the human cultivator in the country of desire. 10 days later, a ball of evil cloud flew over from afar. There was a man standing in the evil cloud. The man's appearance could not be seen clearly. Only a blurry figure could be seen. The Lord Great Desire is here. Someone recognized the existence within the evil cloud and could not help but exclaim. The Lord Great Desire was a terrifying and evil existence. A half-emperor who had reached the 90th step of the stone steps. He had arrived outside the country of desire. In this world, all the cultivators who dared to provoke this seat have already turned into bones. Who do you think you are? Do you think that just because you have some ability, you dare to provoke this seat? The Lord Great Desire stood in the void, looking coldly at the country of desire. Provoke you? Are you worthy? I am here to take your dog life. A cold laugh came from the country of desire. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent could not help but feel their blood boiling. The human cultivators in the country of desire were simply too strong. In the past few years, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent, who had been humiliated, could finally hold their heads high. He's out. At this moment, a cultivator shouted. Everyone looked at the country of desire. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.